richest waters. Expect hulking mountainous islands blanketed in savanna, patrolled by the world's largest lizard, the Komodo dragon. One of Indonesia's greatest joys is hopping on a fast boat from busy Bali and arriving on one of the irresistible Gili Islands. Enjoying a Balinese dance performance is a highlight of a visit to Bali. Swept up in the spectacle, you'll soon understand why Balinese culture is among the world's most rich and textured. Life revolves around death in this land of fascinating funeral rites, boat-shaped homes, and doe-eyed buffalo. Welcome to the triathlon of adventure travel. Start on the east coast of Borneo, the world's third largest island, and travel hundreds of kilometers upriver to the heart of a fabled jungle. Trek through it like explorers of old, then head downriver to the west coast via a thrilling whitewater canoe trip. High season runs July through August. Visit in the winter or spring to find deals and the freedom to explore without the crowds. Travel costs in Indonesia can range from less than 300,000 rupiah a day if you enjoy a simple room and cheap street meals, to over 1.3 million rupiah a day for a resort and special tours. Planes, some trains, boats, ferries, buses of all sizes, and cars with drivers will get you across the archipelago. From the western tip of Sumatra to the eastern edge of Papua, Indonesia offers endless exploration and infinite diversity. This unique land may well be the last great adventure on Earth.
Ancient temples stretched far and wide as the legacy of historical greatness, like the ones found in this 15th century palace of Cirebon. Take the train, let it take you back in time, and enjoy the timeless feel of a magic ride. Here, every tale is expressed by genuine human relationship and by the deft touch and tender care of artistry. The great beauty of batik has a life of its own in this land. Time-honored values are preserved in body and soul. This is where a mask dance brings us wisdom about life, and a goat fighting demonstrates the meaning of survival. Bamboo has a special place in everyone's heart. Its melody is nothing but an infectious charm. The charm that echoes throughout the world. The plant is everywhere. It is a part of life. It unites the people with the mother of nature. In a sense, bamboo has become the epitome of harmony. Meanwhile, in the South Coast, witness the existence of a sustainable life, a life reserved for the generations to come. In this wonderful hidden paradise, if you love water adventures, you're in heaven. From the ocean up to the river, nothing is off limits. Adrenaline rush knows no boundaries. It gives you the moments to live for. just outside the city, there's a collection of wild animals from all over the world. Social understanding is developed. Trust is established. Intimacy is formed. In the capital, tradition comes in style. Urban festivals frequently grace the streets. Local dishes and international menus are presented. In the warmth and friendly manner Bandung is known for. Fashion and lifestyle have long been the synonym of the city. It is a shopping nirvana. The lush and beautiful landscape offers only the best of serenity. From the five-star hotel's luxury to the intimate lodge's tranquility. You can always take a journey to the mountain and walk down to the crater. It also has the most extensive botanical garden in the country. It's a perfect choice whenever you want a place of solitude. Your time and effort will be immensely rewarded by the spectacular beauty of West Java. Wonderful Indonesia.
Indonesia.
Firmly standing as the cultural vanguard of West Java, Indonesia, nourishing the intellectual life of the nation, working for the benefit of the global world. This is Universitas Padjadjaran. Inspired by the vision of the Asia-Africa Conference, attended by representatives of 24 countries, the establishment of the university was the realization of the vision of the cultural figures of West Java to found an institution of higher learning in the cosmopolitan city, to educate and set forth to society dedicated and qualified individuals. Today, UNPAD has broadened its wings to encompass various disciplines and multidisciplinary academic endeavors through the efforts of 16 faculties and 1 postgraduate school. To achieve its mission to build the capacity to adapt and innovate in the face of the rapid development of science and technology at the international level, UNPAD is determined to become the center of research and innovation for the good of the nation and the world by continuously nourishing research and developing technology to create innovations in various disciplines. Currently, 36,000 students are registered at UNPAD, and more than 200 international students are registered in different programs, degree and non-degree. As an effort to constantly improve the quality of education, Universitas Padjadjaran is supported by approximately 2,100 professional faculty members with reputable qualification. To achieve the goals of its mission, UNPAD has also established notable research centers which demonstrate serious commitment to and focus on achievements in a number of strategic fields such as the Center for Sustainable Development Goal Studies, the Center for Environmental and Sustainability Sciences, the Academic Health System, the Center for the Digitalization and Development of Sundanese Culture, the Center for Innovation and Pharmaceutical Services, the Center for Nanotechnology and Graphene Research, to name a few. Equipped with a central science laboratory network and a science and technology complex in the Center for the Development of Science and Technology on the main campus, Universitas Padjadjaran has risen in its role as a leader in higher learning geared towards innovation. UNPAD also fosters collaboration with other institutions involving all stakeholders.
Universitas Padjadjaran commits in providing benefit and service for the good of humanity and the preservation of the environment. This is a great enterprise which cannot be done alone. UNPAD believes that in the spirit of collaboration, this vision may be achieved. We invite you who have the same vision, a good intention to care for human life and the environment all over the world, to work with us, build collaborations, create a better world together.
Universitas Padjadjaran grew out of the community and has made it its duty to give back not only in the form of the dissemination of knowledge and information, but also through socially responsible activities such as student fieldwork, community outreach programs, and action research seeking to make direct impact on the community. With its feet firmly grounded in the local communities and environment, UNPAD is also making great efforts to take steps towards internationalization. It offers special programs for international students to maintain its global network and make its strategic and reputable place on the world map of higher education. As a site for the personal development of young minds and bodies, UNPAD supports a wide variety of student activities. UNPAD also provides students with libraries with an extensive collection of books, periodicals, and study materials, comfortable dormitories, health and fitness services, free on-campus transportation, and other supporting facilities which UNPAD continuously upgrades and improves. Being committed internationally recognized quality research, UNPAD maintains also its dedication in preserving traditional cultures as the compass for all of UNPAD's activities on and off campus. As of now, UNPAD have set forth unto society 200,000 graduates in various fields of work, in strategic government sectors and crucial multinational industries. Works for the good of society, bringing innovations and sincere contributions to humanity. Universitas Padjadjaran, the pride of West Java, working for the benefit of the global world.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama saya Husbandry Arandi, alumni Universitas Padjadjaran, Fakultas Peternakan, Angkatan 2011. Sejak saya lulus tahun 2016 dari FAPET, saya menggeluti bidang usaha sapi perah. Alhamdulillah saat ini memiliki 50 ekor sapi perah. Dan kenapa saya terjun di bidang ini? Karena selain saya menyukai sapi perah, peluang usahanya pun masih sangat terbuka lebar di Indonesia. Jangan ragu untuk memilih Fakultas Peternakan sebagai tempat kuliah kalian, karena pengalaman di lapangan akan kalian dapatkan semasa kuliah, dan itu akan sangat berguna pada saat setelah kalian lulus.
Halo, perkenalkan nama saya Juan Dilan Ramadan. Saya alumni Fakultas Peternakan Unpad angkatan 2015. Selama kuliah di Fakultas Peternakan Unpad, saya belajar dari mulai genetiknya, dari mulai nutrisinya, kemudian sosial ekonomi sampai teknologi hasil ternaknya. Sekarang saya melihara sapi sebanyak 1.000 ekor dan saya mengolah pakannya sendiri. Kemudian saya memasarkannya sendiri juga ke pasar induk di Tasikmalaya.
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Yova Yuwandira. Saya kuliah di Fakultas Peternakan Universitas Padjadjaran angkatan 2012. Setelah lulus, saya memberanikan diri untuk berwirausaha di bidang pengolahan teknologi hasil ternak lah, seperti itu ya. Terutamanya smoke beef sama smoke chicken. Sekarang alhamdulillah saya punya ya 2 cabang gitu di Ciamis sama di Tasikmalaya.
Attention please, ladies and gentlemen. The seminar will start soon. Miss Liza, time is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. A warm welcome to you to the International Online Seminar Commemoration of the 58th Anniversary of the Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Universitas Padjadjaran, with the theme of Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Animal Production. I am the moderator. My name is Liza Hairani, along with my colleague
Iki Utama.
We are the faculty member.
Miss Liza is alumni of Miyazaki University, Japan, and her expertise is in forage crops.
Dr. Diki got his PhD from the Gangwon National University, Korea, and he just joined us 2 months ago. He works on meat science and processing technology.
All right, the livestock sector is moving very dynamically globally. The level of demand for livestock products is highly dependent on population and economic growth, the level of technology use, and the country's livestock population. Although the development of breeding, nutrition, and livestock health has contributed to increase livestock production efficiently, in the future, the livestock sector will be strongly influenced by the competition for the use of natural resources, especially land and water, competition between feed and food production, animal welfare regulations, and the socioeconomic factors concerning human health and also human welfare. Therefore, the aim of this seminar is to increase the awareness of all of us towards the future of animal production, give us some insights how to deal with those issues using multidisciplinary approach, and bring up the common goal to achieve the environmentally friendly and sustainable animal production. And also to commemorate the 58th anniversary of the Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Universitas Padjadjaran.
We would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the distinguished speaker, Professor Yasuyuki Ishii from University of Miyazaki, Japan. Konnichiwa, Sensei.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lisa, and thank you very much for introducing me. I'm very proud of attending this seminar.
Thank you, Sensei. It has been a while, and Dr. Kanika Rengsiriku from Palaya Alongkorn Rajabat University, Thailand. Hello, how are you?
Hello, good morning, Lisa, and good morning, everybody, and also Professor Ishii.
It's quite nice to have a seminar with you. Thank you so much, Dr. Kanika.
Thank you, Dr. Kanika. And also Dr. Ariet van Kneksel from Wageningen University and Research, the Netherlands. Good morning, and how are you? Is Dr. Okay? Maybe next to Mr. Dicky.
Many thanks to the speakers from Universitas Padjadjaran, Dr. Indrawati Yuda Asmara. Kumaha damang, Ibu?
Alhamdulillah. Nice to meet you, Bu Liza, Pak Diki, and everyone.
Thank you, Inka.
And Dr. Novi Mayasari. How are you, Bu Novi? Okay. Dr. Lilis Suryaningsih, bagaimana kabarnya, Bu?
Alhamdulillah.
Kapan-kapan saya ke Bogor ya.
I am very happy to meet all the speakers. Thank you. Good afternoon.
And Dr. Andre Rivianda Daud. Selamat siang, Pak Andre. Oke, sepertinya belum bergabung. And thank you to all distinguished participants for attending this seminar.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a quick word about today's program. We shall begin with the report from the chairman of the organizing committee. After that, a brief welcoming speech from the Dean of Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Universitas Padjadjaran. And then we have a photo session, followed by the session 1 up to session 4. And then the Q&A and wrap up and appreciation session.
After that, we will have a short break. Then we'll have session 5 up to the last session, followed by Q&A, wrap up by moderator, and appreciation session, and the closing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the chairman of the organizing committee, Dr. Romi Zamhir Islami, to deliver the report. The time is yours, Dr. Romi.
Thank you, Ms. Liza. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see all of you. Thank you for joining us in International Online Seminar commemoration of the 58th anniversary the Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Universitas Padjadjaran. It is a very great pleasure for me as a committee to give a report in this seminar to the Dean and all of you. Thanks to the speaker, Professor Yasuyuki Ishii from University of Miyazaki, Japan. Hontoni arigato gozaimasu. Thanks to the speaker, Dr. Kanika Rengsirukul Faculty of Agriculture, Technology, Valaya Alongkorn, Razabad University, Thailand. Khop Kun Ka. Thanks to Dr. Insinyur ATM Ariet van Knengsel from Wageningen University, Netherlands. Hartelijk dank. Terima kasih kepada Dr. Indrawati Yuda Asmara from Universitas Padjadjaran, Dr. Nopi Mayasari from Universitas Padjadjaran, Dr. Lili Suryaningsih from Padjadjaran, Dr. Andre Rifanda Daud from Padjadjaran. Terima kasih. Thanks to professor, lecturer, researcher, student, postgraduate student for your coming. The theme selected for discussion today is multidisciplinary approach for sustainable animal production. It's central to addressing the challenge that we face throughout the world, and of course, the livestock sector is moving very dynamically globally. The aim of seminar is to increase the knowledge and awareness of the academic community and the general public toward the future of environmentally friendly animal husbandry. This event held in Tuesday, 18 November 2021, and mode of event is online international seminar and open discussion. This seminar is currently attended by almost 300 Zoom participants and can be seen streaming with YouTube channel too. So what I hope we can do in our time today is do a little bit to continue the development of breeding, nutrition, social economic, and livestock health to increasing livestock production efficiently. In the future, the livestock sector will be strongly. So thank you all for taking the time to have this seminar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Romi.
Next, we would like to invite the Dean of Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Universitas Padjadjaran, to deliver his speech. Dr. Ahmad Hidayat, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Pak Diki and Bu Liza. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Padjadjaran, Professor Linia Indiastuti. The Honorable Invited Speakers, Professor Yasuyuki Ishii from University of Miyazaki, Japan. The Honorable Dr. Kanika Rengsiriku from Faculty of Agriculture Technology, Valaya Alongkorn, Razabad University, Thailand. And the Honorable Dr. Ariet van Knengsel from Wageningen University, Netherlands. The Honorable internal speakers from Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Dr. Indrawati Yuda Asmara, Dr. Novi Mayasari, Dr. Lili Suryaningsih, and Dr. Andre Rifanda Daud. The Honorable Professors, Lecturer, Invited Participant, Bachelor and Postgraduate Student, and all other participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. The demand for livestock product is highly dependent on human population, economic growth, technology use, and the livestock population. In Indonesia, the demand for livestock product has been increasing significantly in recent years. However, the increase in the demand has not been followed by significant increase in livestock production. Breeding, feeding, operational management, and disease control play an important role in livestock production. Moreover, animal welfare, health, and environmental issues, as well as government regulation and socio-economic factors, are also important to livestock production. Therefore, increasing livestock production requires a multidisciplinary approach. The topic of multidisciplinary approach for sustainable animal production in this online international seminar is really appropriate. Therefore, the objective of this international seminar are: one, to commemorate 58th anniversary of the Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Universitas Padjadjaran. Second, increase academic and public awareness toward to the future and healthy and environmentally friendly livestock production. And third, to increase the faculty international recognition. Lastly, I would like to thank to the committee for the valuable effort and dedication in managing this international seminar successfully. I hope all of you are enjoying this international seminar. Thank you. Terima kasih for everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, sir, for the heartwarming welcoming speech. It is time to take picture. I would like to ask you to turn on your camera, please. Committee, please give us the instruction.
Please wait a minute. Okay, for everyone, please open up your camera, please. Okay. Okay, there's some people do not open the camera. Okay. Okay, for the slide 1. Okay, please. For the slide 1, be ready. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. For the second slide. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, for the third slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, for the fourth slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Thank you.
One.
Okay. We are going to start the session soon. Before we start, we would like to introduce our speakers. Host, please share the curriculum vitae of our speakers. Not yet, okay. Our first speaker is from Japan, Professor Yasuyuki Ishii. Professor Yasuyuki Ishii graduated his BC degree until doctoral program from the University of Tokyo. Since 1988, he works at Miyazaki University, Japan. He has many publications, as you can see on the screen, and most of the publications cited by the researchers around the world. He also supervised many postgraduate students from abroad. Several students are from Indonesia. The student also present here in this event, Dr. Awadi, Dr. Reni. Thank you very much for coming, Dr. Kanika. Prof. Ishii interested in forest crops and grassland science, and his major research stem is development of foraging cropping system and year-round grazing system using tropical grasses in southern Kyushu, Japan. Next speaker, TV Dr. Kanika Ampuch. Dr. Kanika Ampuch, since 2004 until now, she is assistant professor in animal science, Faculty of Agricultural Technology Valaya Alongkorn Rajabat University under the royal patronage, and since 2020, she is as ethical committee in human research under the royal patronage. Dr. Kanika graduated from Department of Agricultural Technology, Faculty of Science and Technology, Thammasat University, Thailand, and she took master and doctorate program at Faculty of Agriculture, Kasetsart University, Thailand. She is also have professional license for the Thai traditional medicines, in Thai medicines, and pharmacy. Dr. Kanika active as invited speaker and also writes many papers. Anyone who knows Napier grass, student, you know cultivar moth or rumput gajah odot must know her writing. Next, Dr. Lili Suryaningsih. Dr. Lili Suryaningsih, Associate Professor. She is a senior lecturer at our faculty. She is from Department of Animal Product Technology, Faculty of Animal Husbandry, UNPAD. She got the bachelor degree from UNPAD and took master and also doctorate from IPB University. She has mentored many undergraduate and postgraduate students at our faculty, and many publications of hers published in Journal National and International. And the last speaker, the first speaker, Indrawati Yuda Asmara, PhD, is a lecturer at the Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Universitas Padjadjaran. Since 2003, she took her PhD at Charles Darwin University, Australia, with a dissertation entitled The Risk of Extinction of Indigenous Chicken Breeds in Indonesia, Challenges and Opportunities. Her research interest is on the conservation and sustainable use of local chicken in West Java. She currently serves as Vice Dean for Learning, Student Affairs, and Research. Please, Vicky.
For the speakers of session 5 up to 7, here with us, Dr. Ariette van Nexel from Wageningen University and Research, the Netherlands. Dr. Ariette finished her PhD at the Animal Nutrition and Adaptation Physiology Group of Wageningen University in 2007. Topic of her PhD was energy portioning of dairy cows, effect of lipogenic and glucogenic diets on energy balance, metabolites, and reproduction variables, From 2007 till 2010, she worked as a postdoc and wrote grant proposals in the area of energy metabolism and nutrition in livestock species. Since March 2010, she is a project leader of several large research projects focusing on lactation management of dairy cows, aiming to improve cow health. This research projects are characterized by a multidisciplinary approach and involvement of different research groups outside and within Wageningen University, as well as the Dutch dairy industry, including commercial dairy farms. She is also a supervisor of several PhD students and teaches in several courses at BC Master and Doctoral programs, including our next speaker, Dr. Novi Mayasari. She has been working at Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Universitas Padjadjaran as lecturer since 2005, and now she is an assistant professor. She got her BC degree from UNPAD in 2004. She got her Master of Science and then finished her PhD program at Wageningen University. The title of her PhD dissertation was Consequences of Dry Period Length and Dietary Energy Source on Physiological health variables in dairy cows and also calves. She did a lot of research and community development projects and published her works in the reputable international journals. She is now appointed as the head of Center for Animal Husbandry, Universitas Padjadjaran. Our last speaker, Dr. Andre Rivianda Daud, he is appointed as the Vice Dean for Resources and Organization of Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Universitas Padjadjaran in the beginning of this year. Dr. Andre finished his BC degree at Universitas Padjadjaran, got his master degree in agricultural economics from Institut Pertanian Bogor, and finished his doctoral program at Institut Teknologi Bandung in 2018. 2 years ago, he got his professional engineering certification from Universitas Gadjah Mada. His research works mainly on policy assessment and rural development. Currently, he got research grant from Germany and also the Netherlands. All right, before moving to the next session, I would like to explain the seminar rules. In order to make this seminar more conducive, we need your help to mute your audio. The seminar is free of charge. Once you fill out and submit your attendance form, the committee will send you the certificate of attendance some days later. During the session, the speakers will be delivering their research experiences and insights. The moderator will let the speakers know the duration of their presentation. The participants are invited to write any comments, questions, and suggestions in the chat box. The committee will collect the questions and show them during Q&A session. Please indicate whom the questions are addressed. It is forbidden to advertise or commit any verbal violence. And thank you for your understanding.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite Professor Yasuyuki Ishii to present his research and insight regarding grass-based animal production in southern Kyushu. You have 20 minutes, Sensei.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lisa. I would like to share my PowerPoint. Is it possible? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, can you see my PowerPoint? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me to have a chance to speak about the grass-based animal production in southern Kyushu. Thank you very much again for the coordinator, Dr. Il Rahmat Hida, the Dean of the Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Padjadjaran University. I'd like to start my presentation. This photograph shows self-moving harvester to harvest maize field. It's a normal harvest production in our site in southern Kyushu, Japan. This is a location of Padjadjaran University, West Java, and Miyazaki University, Japan. The contents of today's talk has 4 parts. The first one is the background of agriculture and animal husbandry in southern Kyushu, Japan. In Japan, number of farmers decreased so sharply. The number of farmers decreased by 36% in a decade from 2010 to 2020. And the cultivated area of the smallholder farms decreased quite sharply, falling less than 5 hectares. However, mid to large producer with more than 10 hectares of acreage increased by 13 points in a decade. Therefore, this larger scale of farmers was operated by a company. However, the age distribution of farmers is shown here. The aged farmer shows a peak. The recent data shows almost 28 years old farmers shows a peak. So we need to change this distribution to the middle and the younger generations for engaging agriculture. This is a detailed statistic of agriculture. Next is livestock farmers, statistic of livestock farmers. This figure shows number of beef cattle and number of beef producers among the several regions of Japan. And Kyushu, University of Miyazaki is located. Kyushu is the largest, has the largest portion of both number of beef cows and number of beef producers. Therefore, Kyushu is the center of beef production in Japan. And this figure shows number of beef cattle and number of producers based on the size of beef cattle number. A smallholder holding less than 50 head of cows occupies the most in number of farms, However, less in number of beef. So however, smallholder farms support the local economy, especially in Miyazaki Prefecture. Therefore, we should protect the decrease of smallholder farmers in our regions to support the local economy. This is a change of beef cattle and dairy cattle in number of farms and number of cattle per producer. Both of beef and dairy cattle, the number of beef cattle producer decreased quite steadily. However, the number of cattle per producer tended to increase. Therefore, both of beef and dairy cattle number stayed in a constant level in the recent year. Japanese animal husbandry is supported by the imported concentrate and also imported roughage from foreign countries. The composition of livestock feed is classified to these categories. However, the concentrate is mostly imported from foreign countries such as the United States, Brazil, Argentina, and Australia, etc. And most of the concentrate is maize at 75%, followed by sorghum and barley. However, import of concentrate from foreign countries should impose these serious problems. The first one, with the import of animal feed, Japan robs nitrogen element in the producing countries. As you know, nitrogen is an essential element for agriculture production. That's a big problem. The next, this figure shows the output of nitrogen by animal husbandry, shows 40% of the total of agricultural outputs. However, this nitrogen is absorbed by crops only 30%. Therefore, another parts of nitrogen should be unused for agriculture production. For example, N2O emission from the atmosphere shows the largest peak in the rest of the nitrogen. Next is forage production and pasture management in our site in southern Kyushu, Japan. This is a typical cropping system in Kyushu Island. The standard cropping system is a maize as a summer crop and Italian rice as a winter crop. The annual yield level is this 30 ton dry matter per hectare. However, if the farmers cultivated double cropping maize as a summer crop, followed by Italian ryegrass, then yield level increased 35 ton per hectare. And if the farmer cultivated sorghum followed by spring maize, then the yield level increased. Therefore, multi-cropping system in our side should increase the annual harvest yield, should increase the harvest production in our side. This figure shows the climatic conditions in our site compared with the Sonora province in Southeastern Asian countries. The mean temperature from July to September is almost comparable. However, the monthly rainfall from June to September is absolutely higher than the Southeastern Asian countries. Therefore, temperature and rainfall from May to September are almost similar between two sites, which show that this season is optimum for cultivating tropical grasses in our site in Miyazaki Prefecture. However, we had a typhoon attack from July to September. This graph shows percentage of typhoon attack in a decade. So from July to September, this attack percentage is more than 100, which means that at least one time of typhoon attack comes in the normal year. By the typhoon attack, maize crop should be lodged. So we cannot harvest maize if the typhoon attack. Therefore, maize crops should cultivated from March to July before the typhoon season comes. From March to July, the effective cumulative temperature is summed up more than 1,100 degrees Celsius, which means that we can cultivate early mature RM 110 maize cultivars during this season. Another merit to cultivate early sowing maize is this. As you know, dry matter yield is dominated by canopy photosynthesis and irradiance interception, followed by amount of irradiance. In the northern hemisphere, from April or March to September, the constant solar radiation at around 500 calories per square centimeter per day. Therefore, if we saw early matured maize cultivars in March, then we can get the full canopy, cross canopy. We can achieve cross canopy in mid-May. So we can use the efficient solar radiation to produce maize crops. Therefore, we saw the early mature maize cultivars in mid-March, and then 1 month later and 2 months later, canopy is crossed. And then we can harvest maize in at the beginning of June, before the rainy season and before the typhoon attack season comes. This is a modification of the cropping system. RM110 maize cultivar was cultivated from March to July, and after that, Palmate, it's one of the tropical species which is resistant to typhoon attack. Even if typhoon comes, Palmate is not lodged. And then it has an early growth habit. Therefore, we can harvest in mid-September. After that, we have sown the disease-resistant Italian rice cultivars, and then we can harvest in mid-September. And then the second cut was harvested in mid-February. By this cropping system, the triple cropping and full harvest in summer, autumn, winter, and spring is achievable in Miyazaki. This is the data for this cropping system. We have studied 2 growing seasons, and average dry matter yield is around 40 tons per hectare, and TDN yield is 25 tons per hectare. This cropping system should increase TDN yield by 25% compared with a normal cropping system in maize and Italian rice system. The third part is a year-round grazing system on dwarf neighborhood pasture. This is a statistic for grazing management in beef cows in Japan. Hokkaido is a northern island in Japan. Hokkaido, the beef farms in Hokkaido adopt the grazing system. However, the farms in Kyushu adopt less than 5% of grazing system. The reason is that the beef farms occupy smaller acreage at 2 hectares per farm. Therefore, how to increase harvest production and grazing management in Kyushu Island is a great task for our grassland scientists. Therefore, we developed the dwarf neighborhood pasture in Sumiyoshi Ranch, conducted by Dr. Wadi, Indonesia. And this is a grazing system in the summer season. And in the winter season, in the spring season, the Italian rice was grazed by dairy cows. And we have developed a year-round grazing system on dwarf neighborhood pasture. This is a field layout, year-round grazing in both summer and winter season by this rotational grazing composed of 8 subplots. This is a grazing of beef cows in the summer seasons. And the beef cows graze leafage of dwarf neighborhood pasture. before starting grazing on dwarf napier grass, we grade the beef cows on the Italo-Italian ryegrass for 2 weeks, and again grazed on the juvenile napier grass in 2 weeks in June, and then rotational grazing started in mid-July to early September. Summer grazing for 8 weeks resulted in daily gain at 0.97 kilo, and dry matter intake is this level. This figure shows that 0.2 hectare of dwarf napier grass is sufficient to supply the harvest to grazing 3 head of beef cows. At the start of grazing, the pasture is like this, and at the end of the pasture, at the end of the grazing, pasture is like this. The level gain is this level. And rotational grazing was conducted in the winter seasons. As you know, tropical grass is affected by the frost falling. Therefore, forage, the leafage of napier grass is dropped. However, these conditions is quite easy for the consumption of grazing cows. And post-grazing harvest is quite limited due to almost complete consumption by grazing cows. This is the data of level change for the forage dwarf napier grass pasture. The level gain is like this. This level is almost comparable to the summer grazing season. So by the 0.2 hectare, 0.4 hectare of dwarf napier grass pasture can supply the grazing for more than 4 months in a year. The last part is a novel insect damage on maize crops in our site. Fall armyworm was first recorded in Africa in 5 years ago, and this armyworm invaded southern Kyushu in July 2019. And this is a figure of our prefecture, Miyazaki Prefecture, on the 1st of November. This year, maize was infected by this fall armyworm. Therefore, we have supplied lime on the enclosed expanded leaves. And napier grass and maize crop can be recovered from insect damage. This is the conclusion of my presentation. It is necessary to develop multi-cropping system of forage production as a cut and carry system, and also to develop year-round grazing system on tropical grass pasture for grazing system. These two developments can increase self-sufficient harvest production for the sustainable animal production in southern Kyushu, Japan. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Sensei. Arigatou gozaimashita.
Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you so much.
Sensei,
yes?
Are you still living, or you can stay until the
yes.
end of...
Yes, I can stay up to the question and answer section.
Wakarimashita, Sensei. Arigatou gozaimashita.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your outstanding presentation, Sensei. For the student, dwarf napier grass, in Indonesia, we call it odot. So student here, please see the photographs. In Japan, we call odot, cultivar. Napier grass cultivar mode in Indonesia, we call odot, Sensei.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah. And also the, what is it? Italian ryegrass.
Yes.
we have not we haven't planting the subtropical grasses. Italian
Yes.
way, yeah, only in Japan. Yeah. Okay.
I understand this stage.
Yeah. Thank you, Sensei, for
Thank you very
your
much.
presentation. Move on to the next speaker, Dr. Kanika Ampach, to present her research and insight regarding good agricultural practice for sustainable animal production in Thailand. Kanika-san, the screen is yours. You have time 20 minutes. Please.
Okay, okay. Sorry. I cannot start my video. Sorry. So sharing.
Would you like to help by the assistant here?
I cannot start my video, but I can share my screen. It's okay.
Oh, it's okay. Okay, the screen is already
okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much again, Miss Lisa, and thank you to the committee to inviting me to speak today. And good afternoon, all participants, especially our students in here. Today, I would like to present a brief topic about GAP, or Good Agricultural Practice for Sustainable Animal Production in Thailand. The GAP for animal farms comprise of the 6 parts. The first is farm composition, farm management, animal health, animal welfare management, and water system and environmental management. First, I will talk about the farm location. The farm location should be far from urban community, other animals owners, public water supply, and contamination of physical, chemical, and biological hazards, and should be far from slaughterhouses and animal markets. And the farm location is not flooding and also have convenient transportation. Okay. And the farm characteristic, an area is suitable for the size of the farm, a good farm layout. There is an area for raising animals, a feed storage facility, a carcass disposal area, wastewater and sewage treatment areas, separate from office buildings and residences. And the number of animal houses and size are sufficient for the number of the animals, and there are sufficient source of clean water. Talk about the animal house. The house must have a strong structure. Roof can protect animal from sun, rain, and strong wind, with good ventilation inside the house, and also the intensity of gas, dust inside the house in an appropriate condition. The house floor is made of suitable material, dry and clean to prevent animals sleeping. The house and the equipment used within the house must be safe for animal and for human too, and no harm to the animals and the breeders. The basin disinfection before entering and leaving the house, like in this picture, and the house must have convenient drainage channels. Sorry. For housing and equipment management, the sufficient animal houses according to the purpose of use, and the separate food storage facility, good ventilation, not damp, manage not to allow disease carrier animals to enter the house. And there is a place to store tools and equipment in proportion convenient to operate, enough tools and equipment. Water and feed equipment must be dry, cleaned, and of sufficient quantity. And surrounding area must be clean, not to be a collection or breeding pathogens. And the house is well maintained and utilized, and it is safe for animals and operators. For herd management, we have to select and arrange herds according to the size, age, and sex of animals. The selection process of animal breeds for replacement is also necessary. The cooling program for low productivity and low performance of the animal from the herd is necessary also. Talk about feed management. The rough-fed and concentrate diet must be of good quality, nutrition and sufficient to meet the needs of animals. Commercial feed must come from a source that is licensed under the law on animal feed quality control. And in the case of self-mixing feed, the raw materials used must be of the quality as stipulated in the relevant laws in Thailand. And we have to regularly check the quality of feed. Bags and sacks containing feed must be dried and clean. And we have also keep the animal feed in the clean house, and feed trucks and handling areas must be dry and clean. And the data recording for, we have to record the animal records, such as pedigree, growth performance, feed intake, feed price, medical supplies or vaccination program is also a necessary program. And for the farm management manual, we must have the guidelines for rearing or raising animal, feed handling, and healthcare prevention and treatment of disease. For personnel management in the farm personnel must be trained in farm management practices, dressing and feed handling, as well as farm sanitation. Veterinarian responsible for the prevention of disease treatment and drug use, and farm personnel must receive annual health checks and personal development by continuously training to educate about new technological advances in farm operation. Talk about the disease-carrying animals. There must be a system to prevent and eliminate disease carrier animals, such as dogs, cats, birds, rats, cockroaches, and flies on a continuous and appropriate basis. The third part is animal health management. There is a system to prevent pathogens entering the farm, especially from vehicles and people, and good hygienic management in the farm, such as spraying disinfectants, insecticide, clean the house, etc. And we have to build immunity against diseases to the animals according to the prescribed program. And the management, we have to manage sick animals, and sick animals are isolated for treatment. And do not use prohibited substances or growth accelerators in the animal farms. In the event of an epidemic, to comply with the Animal Epidemic Control Act in Thailand, and check for diseases that may be transmitted from animals to humans at least once a year. The fourth part is animal welfare management. The animal husbandry, we are animal husbandry, right? We must inspect the animal at least once a day to ensure animal is healthy, and inside the house must be clean and hygienic. Manage the area to suit the number of the animals and take care of the animals to be thoroughly fed. Animals that are injured, sick, or disabled should be treated urgently. And if you consider it inappropriate to treat, destroy immediately so as not to suffer to animal. The fifth part is a water system management. In the farm must have a good water system management, and water use in the farm must be clean, hygienic, and not harmful to animals. And the quality of water meets the standard of water use. Lastly, the environmental management. The management of waste, sewage, manure, effluents, and other waste must be properly managed and does not cause unpleasant odors or cause annoying the neighboring residents. And finally, does not cause pollution toxics to the environment. Thank you very much. This is only a brief topic about the GAP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kanika.
Sorry about my video.
Oh, it's okay, Dr. Kanika.
Very good, very good.
It's very good, Kanika.
I cannot see my face.
Okay, okay.
Stop. How to stop? Sorry. Okay.
Okay. Yes. Okay, thank you, Dr. Kanika, for your presentation. A nice presentation. Please connect it until the appreciation session.
Okay. Okay.
And then we move to the next session. The speaker, Dr. Lily Suryaningsih, she will present the potential of natural biopigments from yeast as functional coloring for meat products. Dr. Lily Suryaningsih, you have 15 minutes. I'm sorry, it's different from the outside. The other speaker, the screen is yours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to be invited as one of the speakers in this online seminar on share some my experience and knowledge in the meat processing fields to at college here. Nice to meet you, our speaker and participants. Allow me your committee, please your slide. Please.
Yoka, tolong dibantu. Yoka, please help to assist Dr. Lilis.
Yes, please wait a minute.
Yes, thank you, Yoka.
Hello, the committee, please help.
Just a minute. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Already
Yet let me start to my presentation entitled Potential of Natural Biopigment from Yeast as Functional Coloring for Meat Products. The authors of this presentation are Lily Suryaningsih, this is me, Dr. Jajang Gumilar, and Dr. Wendy Setiadi Putanto. Next slide. As the introduction, the food coloring method can be natural or synthetic. Synthetic dyes are widely used as food coloring because they are cheap and have high stability, but they can be harmful to health if consumed in the long term. Some of the microbes that have been used for the production of of food coloring are the mold Penicillium purpurogenum, which produce red color, and Monascus purpurus produce yellow, while yeast Saccharomyces neoporpans is able to produce black color. Hibiscus subdariva produce anthocyanin extract by extraction using 10% ethanol. Rhodotulula mucilaginosa F1 is able to produce optimum carotenoid is in the fermentation process at pH 5 at 25 degrees C. So, the objective of the research was to obtain the potential biopigment from yeast to be applied for meat product. Next slide. The method we used were first screening or potential isolates of yeast in producing biopigment and antibiotic against originated from meat and meat product. Second, purification and characterization of the resulting biopigment, isolation and measurement of antimicrobial activity, SDS pH. Third, identification of 18S, R, and I. Fourth, formulation of the fermentation media for the selected yeast isolate. Last, utilization of biopigment as functional natural dyes with pathogenic antibacterial activity obtained in the formulation on meat sauces product includes aspect of microbiology, physical, chemical, acceptability, and shelf life. Next slide. The results of this research are as follows. Isolation of yeast which has the potential to produce biopigment were originated from meat, which are beef, lamb, and chicken, and processed meat, which are sausage, meat, ball, and jerky. There were 3 isolations of yeast containing to the target pigment, namely Y002, Y001, Y002, and Y003, which are shown in the picture in this slide. We can see that the isolation from meat ball Y001 produce light red color. From beef Y003 produce dark red color, while the isolate from sausage Y002 produce better red color. Next slide. Antimicrobial screening activity. When RIS use overlapping method to test the potential of isolated yeast with the ability to produce biopigment and inhibitor properties of several pathogenic bacteria. We obtained that Y001 and Y002 yeast isolates have the ability to inhibit the growth of Listeria and Salmonella with strong inhibitory activity. According to inhibition standard, which is more than 20 millimeter, categories as strong inhibition. This can be seen from the next slide. The next slide. It can be seen from this picture that the inhibitor activity higher than 20 millimeter. This is category as strong inhibitor, isolate Salmonella and Listeria. Next slide. Yes, biopigment are produced in liquid media in media formula consisting of bean sprout extract, sugar, and Vegemite, as well as in solid media extract of bean sprout and rice with the addition of 5% sugar. And the extract process in carry out using 90% methanol. The solid media saw more effective, more result in produced by pigment, so by more intense red color. Next slide. The use of methanol gives a higher extraction while than using aqueous. The precipitated obtained was then dissolved in sterile aqueous in ratio 1:5 with a crude extract to crude yeast biopigment. The use of sterile aqueous, the aim that the yeast biopigment will be used as a functional food color. The next slide. Purification and characterization of yeast biopigment was carried out using 60% ammonium sulfate precipitation, dialysis, and filtration using Spadex G50. Purification results show in increase in inhibitory activity but decrease in caloric intensity. So it recommended that the application in the home crude based of the result SDSP analysis in show molecular weight yeast Y002 is 20.4 kd. Next slide. Based on the molecular result SDSP analysis, it show the weight of biopigment yeast Y002 is 20.4 kilodalton. Next, the picture shows in the morphological and microscopic isolation yeast Y002. Next slide. The result of identification of by applies 18S RNA again in Y002 isolate yeast sample with Rhodotula glutinous identity 99%. Next slide. This slide, the slide show the production of the biopigment. First is the solid media production, and the second is the media after methanol addition. The third is crude after centrifugation. The fourth is the precipitation after separated from the supernatant, and the last picture is the mixture of food with aqueous. Okay, the next slide. The heat stability of the biopigment, the test results. So the fruit biopigment is Rhodotula glutinous was resistant to heat. So the biopigment has the potential to be used for sauces coloring within the boiling process using temperature 60 degrees C for 45 minutes. Next slide. The slide show the effect of giving the yeast pigment Rhodotula glutinous crude extract on the lamb sauces. The study was conducted experimentally in the laboratory using a complete randomized design with 4 treatment. The treatment V0 is the treatment without rhodotulula glutinase, while V1, 10 crude pigment crude extract 10%, V2, 20% crude extract, and V3, 30% crude extract. Each treatment was repeated 5 times. This table shows that the treatment V2 produced best result in the term of physical quality, total number of bacteria, inhibition, and early spoiling time. Also, the results suggest that in the future, it is interesting to study the potential of the biopigment as a food emulsifier. Next slide. These pictures show the application of the biopigment in the lamb sausage production. Next slide. All right. So the conclusion of this research can be described as follows. Yes, Y001 and Y002 isolate her potential to produce biopigment and antibacterial activity of pathogens, Listeria and Salmonella with strong inhibition category, more than 20 millimeter. The biopigment produced by Y002 isolate identified as rhodotulula glutinase identity 99%, has a molecular weight of 12.4 kilodalton. Potential use biopigment as functional food coloring with antibacterial pathogenic activity. Biopigment from rhodotulula glutinase can increase the functional value of lamb sausage. The use of 20% give the best result in the term of physical quality, total number of bacteria, inhibition, and early spoil time. Okay, right. We would like to thank Rector Universitas Padjadjaran who has funded the research through Hibah Internal Unpad, Riset Kompetisi Dosen Unpad. That's all my presentation, and thank you very much for your kind attention. Back to you, moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lilis. Nice presentation. Please stay connected until the appreciation session. Yes. And then the last speaker from this session, please welcome Dr. Indrawati Yuda Asmara. Dr. Indrawati Yuda Asmara, she will present livestock breeds as part of biodiversity, a brief overview. So your time is 15 minutes, not more. The screen is yours.
Thank you, Buliza. I will present my slide as quickly as possible.
I'm sorry, Vice Dean.
Okay. So my topic today is about livestock breed as part of biodiversity. Maybe some of you is still thinking that biodiversity is about wild plant or animals. But in fact, livestock resources are also part of global biodiversity. And today I only talk very, very brief about this concept. The outline of my talk is divided into 4 sections. The first one is about definition and approach. And at the end, we will talk about needs and challenges about how to conserve our livestock breeds. Let's start with definition and approach. Based on the Convention on Biological Diversity, or we call it a CBD. CBD, as you know, is an agreement among countries in the world who signed that we have to conserve our biodiversity. Biodiversity definition based on or according to CBD is biological probability probability among living organisms. It could be in terrestrial, could be in marine or other ecosystem. And CBD recognize different levels of biodiversity. It's starting from gene level until ecosystem level. CBD also recognize animal agriculture as part of biodiversity in the world. So if we talk about biodiversity or we talk about livestock breed, FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, refers the livestock diversity as animal genetic resources. And if we talk about livestock or animal genetic resources, the diversity is only focused on diversity within species, or we call it as breeds. And in the world, FAO has already divided the breeds into two different classifications. The breed classification related to geographic distribution divided into local breeds and transboundary breeds. If we talk about the adaptedness of the breed is classified as locally adapted breeds and exotic breeds. The transboundary breeds and exotic breeds are usually very important from industrial point of view, because it considered as very productive breed compared to local breed. And local breed usually very important for livelihoods, and also it's very important for social community. So what is the approach if we put our livestock breed from biodiversity concept? The approach that should be used is ecosystem approach. In ecosystem approach, we know that we should see animal not only from animal per se, but from other components, including human and also cultural diversity. Okay, I finished with definition and concept. So we go now, we should talk about what is the importance of animal genetic resources to ecosystem. Of course, the first services or contribution the livestock breed or animal genetic resources is for food, including meat, milk, and eggs. And the second most important is the livestock breed is very important for the future, because we don't know what happened in the future. So we have to manage our genetic to maybe we need to develop a breed that very adapted to, for example, for to resistant to, for example, to particular disease. So we need to conserve all the genetic resources, and we need to maintain very sustainable for these resources. And the second important for a livestock breed is for cultural services. We know that many community in Indonesia very attached to particular breed. For example, we know that in West Sumatra, kerbau or water buffalo is very important for Minangkabau culture. So they are very they are very attached to this kind of livestock because it is very important for example, social practices and tradition in this community. And the kerbau, the water buffalo, is symbolized in the house of Minangkabau people, like here in this picture. The next important why we should conserve livestock breed, because the livestock is very important for natural services. We know that in nature, we recognize two processes. The first one is nutrient cycle, and the second one is energy flow. For example, in nutrient cycle, livestock are part of nitrogen cycle. The manure released by livestock contains nitrogen, then can be recycled by microbes to fertilize the soil. And in terms of energy flow, livestock act as producer in ecosystem. So the livestock becomes an important part in the food pyramids. The last services or contribution of the livestock is they are very important in habitat. For example, grazing will keep the vegetation population in a habitat stable by reducing the development of dominant vegetation. Livestock can also help disperse the seeds of a particular plant. So after we talk about the contribution of livestock breed to ecosystem, we go to talk about risk, status, and threats. Based on the data from FAO, there are about 6,000 breeds, but a total of 1,458 breeds, or 17% of the breed, are classified as being at risk. The indicator of at risk is usually based on the number of population, the population in the ecosystem, including the number of adult male and females. In addition, the rate of inbreeding and the presence or absence of conservation process are other criteria. So we also know that 50% of the breed are classified as being unknown risk status. It means that there is no data that can be used for us for determining whether a breed of livestock is threatened with extinction or whether they are safe. So the challenges for us is to compile any data of our breed to make decision whether a breed that we have today is at risk or safe. There are many factors that cause the decline in the population of breeds or genetic erosion in the world. Among them are changing production system and the need for livestock with high economic value. For example, cattle that have been selected for a long time are usually considered more profitable because they have high productivity. As a result, a lot of local livestock that are considered to have low productivity are abandoned by farmer or industry, causing local livestock in the world are in decline, including in Indonesia. We know that almost there is no data about how many population for our local livestock in Indonesia. This slide shows us that if we have a breed that are at risk, we need to do something. Of course, the something is we need to do conservation program. The conservation program is not only about protecting animals, but also we should have to manage them to be functional for community. So I think universities should have more program to do conservation to our local breeds, because we don't know yet how many local breeds are already extinct, but we should have to collect data about it, including we have to find the specific value for particular breeds. And the last slide, what should we do? We have a very risk. We know that our local breed are in danger. What should we do? The first thing is we should to do monitoring of trends in the size, structure, and distribution of breed population. And the second one, we have to identify the threats to animals. So we have to very clear what kind of threat that make our local breed are at risk. And the third is we have to do some activities dealing with breed characterization, mainly for local adapted breeds. We have to find out what is the economic value, what is the special trait to be the argument that a particular breed are deserved to be conserved. And of course, the last thing we should do is to adopt animal genetic resources into biodiversity conservation program. We have to very clear that animal genetic resources is not apart from biodiversity. It is part, or it is component of biodiversity. So the animal genetic resources should be taking into account to the conservation program, especially for national biodiversity program. The last slide, I forget to put conclusion, Ibu Liza, so I just jump to further readings. So if you are, especially my student, are willing to read more about biodiversity, the following list is very important. It's very useful if you need to understand more about biodiversity, especially livestock biodiversity. I think that's all for me. I'm sorry, I quite nervous because I have to be hurry to make our time very efficient. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Indra. Nice presentation. It's very good. And then the time is enough, I think. And then we come to the moving to the Q&A session. And then for the committee, oh, this is already has in the chat box there is a question. Just a minute. I will read the schedule. Actually, the schedule 20 minutes for the Q&A. So each speaker only have time 5 minutes. So I will move to the first question. Dr. Iwan. Dr. Iwan, the first question coming from Dr. Iwan to Isi Sensei. So, which one should I read first, Dr. Iwan or Dr. Iin Susilwati? I will read the first for Dr. Iwan first, and then move to Dr. Iin. Okay. The first, Isi Sensei, are you ready?
Thank you very much for the questions by Dr. Lee. The first question is, if it is moderate low, what should be improved from the forest species? Can it be fixed by fertilization?
Yes.
This question says that when the forage production is the moderate or low level, is it improved by increase in fertilizer supply? Is that the meaning of the questions by Dr. Lin?
Dr. Iin.
Dr. Iin. Sorry.
Iin, yes. Dr. Iin asked how to improve the forest species if it has a moderate or low production. Can it fixed by fertilization or maybe another way?
So I can answer to these questions.
Yes,
if there are no other determining factors to the forage production, then fertilizer supply is the main factors to increase forage production. However, you need to consider other factors which limits the forage production. That's all from myself.
Oh, yes, of course. Manufacturers result give the good result, yes, isn't it? So maybe move
to the next questions.
Next question also from Dr. Iin. Maybe this is one question or two. But yes,
meet the needs only from some question, or do they have to be added with concentrate?
Is all grazing or have to be added with the concentrate, sensei, in Kyushu?
Yeah. So the answer is that depending on the cow's age or cow's nutritional conditions, in our studies we used breeding beef cows which produce calf in 10 months. Therefore, nutritional requirement is not so high. However, if you use the milking cows, then the tropical grass supply is not so enough for maintaining the milk production in 30 kilogram per day per head. So the farmers needs to supply the concentrate, but the amount of concentrate should be decreased by grazing on the good quality tropical grass pasture. That's the questions for the second question.
Oh, thank you,
That's
Sensei.
the answer. Yeah.
Yes, that is a good answer, Sensei, because depend on the stage of the cutting defoliation, and also depend on the cattle also. Yes, Sensei. Depend on for the milk animal for animal production, or yes, or depend on is it the production of the multi-cropping achieve the quality of the nutrient, right?
Yes, you're right.
Okay, and also
this third questions from Ilham Surya
Saputra. This must be a student, Sensei.
Oh, okay. How did the industrial farm in Japan survive the current pandemic? Were any efforts made?
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Oh, that's a big question.
Yes.
It's a little bit difficult to answer. For example, Miyazaki Prefecture produced high-brand beef meat to supply the high-brand restaurant in Tokyo or Osaka etc. However, by the COVID-19 pandemic, the restaurant is closed, so high brand beef cannot be consumed by the citizens in large city. However, it is quite important to maintain the beef quality or change the beef quality to be suited to other consumers. So, livestock animal husbandry needs to change the habit of consumers. Livestock livestock producers, livestock scientists change the meat quality to be suitable to other requests by the consumers.
Oh yes, so it should be suitable. So there is also change the habit, yeah, Sensei.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. And the last question for you.
Yeah.
I cannot read this.
Okay, I can.
I cannot read this, Sensei.
特にどのように聞くことか。
Who is
sorry.
this?
Sorry, I can't. 特にどのように聞くことできるでしょう。
Oh.
So the question says that to stabilize livestock production in Japan, how does Japan survives? It's also the big problems, big questions. The Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry and Fisheries is considered for the sustainable agriculture productions to reduce the GHG gas emissions, to decrease the GHG gas emissions, such as decrease of methane productions from cows, to increase forage quality. That's one processes. And to use byproducts for animal feed, that's another way. So our Japanese livestock scientists to consider to survive animal production in Japan.
Yes. Yeah, good. Here in Indonesia, Wagyu is very famous, Sensei.
Yeah. So how do you respond to the impact of global warming as an important factor in sustainable livestock? So
this is for Kanika-san, Sensei.
Yes.
This is for Kanika-san.
So
I'm sorry, Sensei.
Yes.
This is for Kanika, not question for you to Dr. Kanika. But before.
Sorry.
I see in chat box from Dr. Iwan. Committee, please. Question from Dr. Iwan to Prof. Izzy. Yes. Yeah. From Dr. Iwan to Prof. Izzy, what is the specific strategy for developing dwarf elephant grass in tropical country in Indonesia? As you know, you planted in Japan.
Yes.
Your country is subtropic, but you can manage it. How specific strategy in our country in Indonesia for developing dwarf elephant grass? Because here it's very famous. The odot one we call odot dwarf elephant grass is the cultivar mode, isn't it, Sensei?
Oh.
Yeah.
So sorry. I don't understand the popularization of dwarf napier grass in Indonesia.
Oh, it's very
However,
high. Yes, yes.
you have a good climate and you
Yes.
have many labor power. So this dwarf napier grass is suitable for herbage production in Indonesia. So I don't have any special strategies
Yes.
to develop this dwarf napier grass.
Yes, yes. It's okay, Sensei. Maybe we have to find it by ourselves because we are tropical country. How could we couldn't make it a good production? Okay, and then maybe that was the last question for Isi Sensei question.
Yes.
Oh, this is another Dr. Iin what he asked about. What is this? How does the Japanese government increase the interest of younger generation in agriculture animal husbandry? Ah.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for the good questions. Japanese government should increase the engagement of younger generation to agriculture. There is a several support system who wants to start agriculture. So the number of younger generation is increasing year by year. However, the percentage is quite low. That's a problem. But it is now going on a success to increase the younger generation engaged in agriculture.
So, what could be motivate the younger sensei from the government? Is the government give them the money or something
yes.
like that?
Money is one solutions, but most important thing is to study on the agriculture in the school or in the model farmers. So the government or local government select the model farmers to study the younger generation who wants to start agriculture. Then younger generation study for 1 or 2 years in the model farmers. Then after that, the government supplies the money to start and sometimes supply the land and cages for animal husbandry. Then the younger generation start animal husbandry.
Oh, I see. So the government also support by also the study, also the cage, also the land. If they need. And also
sometimes
the model. The important one is the model farmer, right?
Yes. The education is quite important.
Yeah.
For younger generation.
I'm agree about that.
Maybe like a scholarship, yeah.
Dr. Dacha, and also
like a scholarship for the young student to agriculture faculty, maybe.
Oh, yeah. It's one kind of scholarship. Yeah.
Isi Sensei, Dr. Dacha, when I study in Japan, Dr. Siti Daroja is my vice dean.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then the next question, is it still enough time for Dr. Isi?
Yes. Okay, I can answer. Sorry to ask, Sensei. Is there any problem with rice farming in Japan, as if the passage of time has caused the demand for meat production to increase? Is there any problem with rice farming?
Problem with rice in Japan, as if the passage of time has caused the demand? I'm not quite understand this question. Is there any problem with livestock farming, as if the passage of time has caused the demand for? Risma Putri, bisakah di bahasa Indonesia kan? Can you translate to Indonesia?
Ya Ibu, boleh.
Maksudnya
Maksudnya ada kendala nggak kalau di peternakan di Jepang gitu, seakan perjalanannya waktu gitu kan, produksi dagingnya meningkat gitu. Ada culture shock nggak gitu? Terima kasih Bu.
Kendala kalau meningkat itu kan nggak ada kendala ya? Maksudnya gimana?
Maksudnya itu kayak ada kendala nggak dalam kayak kan asalnya sedikit nih, pas meningkat itu kayak susah gak pas nernakinnya gitu, berkembang biakannya gitu.
Oke.
Menuju ke sana sulit tidak gitu ya.
Sensei, the student said that he asked about is there any problem in Japan from supply the meat production? I think the Japan can have a good supply to the consumer. So, as you know, is there any problem, a big problem for the supply the consumer of for the meat production? I know.
Sorry, but I'm not so familiar with consumer or livestock sale. But Japanese government or local government insist on the local production and local consumption in agriculture products, including livestock products.
Yeah.
That's one question from myself.
Yes.
To increase meat consumption in Japan.
Yes.
Local production and local consumption should be the merit for local economy.
Yeah. Okay. Risma, do you understand? Actually, Risma Putri, Professor Isi is a specialist in forage. Actually, so maybe for the economic, you can ask maybe another speaker. Maybe will answer by another speaker. It's okay, Risma? Is it okay?
Okay, Miss. Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, and then thank you very much, Dr. Isi, for the question. Please wait until the appreciation session. So next to Dr. Kanika. Dr. Kanika, are you ready to answer the question? This is
big question also.
The big question also. This is from Andi Musawir. He is my colleague. He asked to Dr. Kanika, how do you respond to the impact of global warming as an important factor in sustainable livestock? A general question, but is it hard, right? To answer, just relax.
Okay, thank you very much. Like a Miss Universe questions, I think the animal production, especially the ruminant animal, is still running and important. But now I'm focused on forage production, mainly for forage production, especially napier grass and leguminous forage. That will help to the forage can help like a sequestrate the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere to the soil. I think in our area, in my career, I think to teach a student to know about the forage production and the importance of forage production is necessary and related to like decrease the global warming. but I think we are a small part. I'm not sure the right answer, but I think I'm responsible to teach the student to know about the importance of forage crop that can decrease the global warming in the terms of it can sequestrate the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere to the soil. I'm not sure.
I'm agree with you, Kanika-san. Dr. Andi, maybe as you know that Kanika-san also specialist in forage production and also what is this? Also the forest science. So maybe she connected education with the sequestration carbon monoxide, right? So the impact of the environmental problem with the global warming, she connected how can we manage the legume. Yes, right?
Yes.
The use of legume
such as Lucina.
Yeah, such as Lucina. Your expertise on the Lucina lycosepala and also another species from the legume, and also what do you another legume? I don't know. Macro. I saw your papers, but I'm forgot. So Dr. Andi, please read some of the papers writing by Dr. Kanika. Okay, Dr. Andi.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Kanika, for your response.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm very sorry I off cam because I am in going outside now.
Okay, Dr. Andi, thank you very much. And then the next question. This is for who? What is the first thing to do for sustainable farming? What problems do you often encounter when starting sustainable farming? Maybe we should move to the because it is, I don't know which speaker do you intend to. Yeah, committee.
Sorry, probably it could be the question for all speakers.
For the all speaker. Okay, please. Maybe who can answer? What is the first thing to do for sustainable farming? What problems do you often encounter when starting sustainable farming? Anyone? Dr. Lilis, Dr. Indra, Prof. Easy, Dr. Kanika, anyone?
Can I call a friend, Bu Lisa? It's a very difficult question.
Yeah,
but I think
to
start.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, please.
I think to start to solve the problem is to make our perception similar. We should start with the same point of view. So I think it's more important to have to gather all expertise and discuss about sustainable farming, and we have to decide what is the point of view from the scientists. I think we have to very clear, we have to very similar point of view to solve the problem in sustainable farming. Whether we have, for example, maybe we can have together doing some similar research to make argument or other thing that may be useful for solving the problem.
Yes, of course, because the first thing we have to encounter many problems. We should remember about the sustainable is for the future, right? So
now and the future. Now and the future.
Now and the future, of course. So anyone who want to start in sustainable farming should remember about the now and the future. Maybe that's it. Yeah, I think is it maybe the answer is it should be yeah, remember about the future for the anak cucu. What is in English?
The next generations.
For the next generation. Okay. Okay. The next question from Dr. Dudi. Dr. Dudi asked to Dr. Indra, how is genetic diversity of Indonesian chicken today? Indonesian chicken today. Yes, please.
Maybe Dr. Dudi asked me about the risk status.
Maybe Dr. Dudi, what is this the question?
So I think genetic diversity of Indonesian chicken is very high, but now the existence of local breeds are in danger because again there is no data about the population.
Ah, yes, I see. We have no data, right? The local chicken and indigenous chicken in Indonesia, right? Maybe a student here who have a final assignment and not apa skripsi itu apa sih final
report.
Or,
yes.
Maybe this is a attempt for them to get a title. Is a good title for them to
final research.
Yeah, for the final research. Okay, thank you.
Some students are already joined me to collect data about pelung chicken.
Ah, I see. Okay, thank you. So it must be it should be starting then never. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, it's good. And
Now
then
or
also,
never.
yeah, or never. And then also here the question from the Henny Indrijani to Dr. Indra. It was said that adopting animal genetic resources into biodiversity conservation program is important. The question is, who has to do that? And if academic person involved in that activity is not yet finished, the question, who has to do that?
I don't know. The first thing is, I think we all agree that the first stakeholder.
Yes.
Who
is the stakeholder?
Yeah, the government, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we are the academician and the scientist is should provide rational argumentation.
Ah, okay. I see.
Sorry, Lisa. Can I complete my question?
Okay. Okay. So please repeat.
How can be able to do that in a few years, especially about the cost? Complete question. How can be able to do that in few years, especially about the cost? If academic person have to involve the activity.
Yes, of course, Bu Heni. We have to be involved in government activities in conservation, but the main task for us is to provide argumentation, including how to explore genetic traits or any specific trait for our local breeds. Is it clear? My voice is sound clear?
Yes, of course.
Okay, enough.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we can finish our question. Just a minute. There is a azan. Please wait until the azan stop.
Kenapa ini mati? Halo.
Ajan dulu.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for waiting. We have azan for our praying. So the last question is for Dr. Lilis. Dr. Lilis, are you ready? Dr. Lilis, here are question from student. He asked what I see from your presentation that you use yeast for remove the pathogen like salmonella. But how about the storability of the meat sources? Does it affect? Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
For your question, your name, student. Okay. From the result, we observation that is good where the room temperature room is the long time about 40 hours.
40 hours.
40 hours. The addition of biopigment yeast can extend the shelf life of sauces room temperature.
So student, do you get the answer? I hope you would understand. But if not, you can read the journal, the article of Dr. Lilis writing in the journal. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Actually, I'm not really connect about the what is this, the kind of the microbes. Actually, I am so sorry, Dr. Lilis. I already forgot about the knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Lilis. So,
okay.
So this is the.
Excuse me, moderator.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Hello, I am Purnama Teherani. I got bad connection in advance.
Yes. So who is it?
About to Dr. Kanika about the presentation. I want to ask about the research about leukemia.
Leukemia. Okay. Please, who is it?
Purnama Isteherani from Hasanuddin University.
Okay. Please.
Yes. About my presentations, about my question is for Dr. Kanika. How long you have been doing your research for leukemia as a bioenergy feed source? And then how do you decrease the anti-nutrient content of leukina such as mimosine? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the questions. For
Please, Dr. Kanika, please short answer.
a short answer. Okay. We can decrease the mimosine content by sun dry to release the mimosine content, and you can like a cut and soak in the water for 15 minutes, and then you can use it. Right?
I understand.
It's clear?
Yeah, clear. And what about your research for leukemia? How long you have been doing?
How long? Maybe 15 years. Not so long. Sorry.
Oh yes, thank you so much.
Very long, Dr. Kanika.
It's too long, I guess. Thank you.
You have write many in the journal. Okay.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
We are sorry as the
Welcome.
time is over. I have to end this session because there is another speaker. So let me sum up of this session. We have just learned from Professor Yusuke Isi. It is necessary to develop the multi-cropping system of forest production, and then the year-round grazing management on the tropical grass pasture to increase the self-sufficient herbage production for animal husbandry in certain Kyushu. And from Dr. Kanika said about a good agricultural practice for livestock farm. These guidelines, starting from animal farms, animal feed fields, about war to meat processing plants, will enhance from management to raising animal to meet the standard consumer protection and for commercial benefit. If farmers use it, it will surely lead to the sustainable production. And Dr. Lillis said, yeast is a potential microbe to be developed as a bioactive component, such as an antimicrobial agent and as a food coloring or biopigment. And the last one, Dr. Indra said that livestock is an important component of the world biodiversity that must be managed sustainably. So, and for the appreciating the speaker, the organizing committee has prepared the certificate. Host, please share screen the certificate, and I would like to invite the Dean, Dr. Rahmat Hidayat of our Dean Faculty of Universitas Padjadjaran. I'm sorry, Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Universitas Padjadjaran, to deliver the certificate virtually. Please, our Dean, Dr. Rahmat Hidayat.
Okay, thank you, Miss Liza.
Yes.
I would like to say thank you to the Prof. Yusuzuki Isi for the great presentation and your sharing in this seminar online, international. As a appreciation, I give you a certificate. I hope you can sharing another information in another event. Thank you, Prof. Yasuki Isi. Thank you for your join.
Today, it's so proud of receiving this certificate.
Okay, thank you. And then
the next speaker, Dr. Kanika.
So, to Dr. Kanika, I would like to thank for your enjoy and for your join to the international seminar and your great presentation. I hope your presentation make a good relationship between us. I hope you can join in other event. Thank you, Dr. Kanika Umpuh.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And then committee for the next speaker.
Okay, so I would like to thank to Dr. Lili Suryaningsih, is my sister in Bogor. Terima kasih Bu Lilis atas presentasinya. Ini sangat memberikan warna bagi bidang ilmu kita di Fakultas Peternakan. Terima kasih.
And the last committee, yes.
Dr. Indrawati is a Vice Dean for Academic Affairs in Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Padjadjaran University, and I would like to say thank you for your join in this seminar. Thank you, Ibu Indra.
Sama-sama Pak Dekan.
Yeah.
It is nice to help you and see another scientist from abroad.
Okay, it is good from our program internationalization to the recognition of our campus.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad Hidayat, as our Dean of Faculty of Animal Husbandry. Please give a reaction icon of applause in here to all the speakers. To all the speakers, thank you very much, Professor Isi, Dr. Kanika, Dr. Lilis, Dr. Indra, and for Dr. Rahmat for attend this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to come to another session. Dr. Diki will handle the upcoming session. We will please Dr. Diki to deliver, and also for the speaker. Prof. Isi or Dr. Kanika, if you have another activities, you may leave this session. Please still contact with me after this seminar. I will contact you again. Arigatou
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We need to
Thank you very much.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Prof. Isi,
Otsukare sama deshita.
Thank you very much, Isi Sensei.
Oh, thank you very much. It's so happy to attend the seminar.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Prof. Isi, konnichiwa, Sensei.
Oh,
Yoroshiku
okay.
onegaishimasu.
Thank you very much. Lenny-san, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Dr. Kanika, nice presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Reni.
Yeah, thank you, Dekan. Kasih. Prof. Isi, so see you tomorrow, Prof.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sensei.
Thank you very much.
For your
nice moderator. Sukses. See you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reni. Thank you, Dr. Wadi. Thank you very
Terima
much.
kasih.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bu Liza.
Terima kasih Bu Indra. Dr. Diki, please.
Terima kasih.
Yeah, all right. Please, for all participants, yeah, we have to continue the next session with Dr. Ariel from Netherlands. Dr. Ariel, are you here with us?
Yes, I am. I hear you.
Okay, thank you for coming. You have 25 minutes, but it's up to you. You can finish it early. I'll remind you 3 minutes before it. The screen is now yours.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. I will share my screen. It's loading. I'm sharing my screen now. Are you?
Yes, well appeared already.
Well, okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for your kind invitation and also for this introduction. I never had the opportunity to travel to your university, but I'm certainly aware that some of you traveled to Wageningen University in the past years, or maybe even a bit past decades. And both staff and students, I think, visited our university, and that's, I think, quite nice. And on one of these occasions, I met your colleague, Dr. Novi Mayasari, and we worked together on the dry period length of dairy cows. And this resulted in her PhD thesis that she defended in May 2017. So that's how I met you and your university and your group. So it's really nice that we can continue in this collaboration to some extent, and that I can contribute to your symposium. So with Novi, I worked on dry period length of dairy cows. That's not my topic of today. So today my idea is that I will talk about extending the lactation length of dairy cows and what are the consequences for cow health and fertility. I do this work together in Wageningen with 2 PhD students, Eline Burgers and Junal Ma, with a postdoc, Akke Kok, and with my colleague, Rosalinde Gooselink. So in many parts of the world, the dairy cows are managed to have a lactation cycle of 1 year, of 365 days. That means that they have every year a calf, and every year they start a new lactation. And it's well known that the start of a new lactation in dairy cows is related with a peak in disease incidence. And you see this illustrated by this figure from a Danish research group, where you see on the x-axis days from calving, and on the y-axis disease incidence in number of cases per 100 cows. And you see a peak in the first week after calving. And what we know also that these health problems in early lactation contribute also to culling and reduced longevity in dairy cows, and that the main reasons for involuntary culling are mastitis, fertility, and locomotion disorders. The reason for this peak in diseases incidence is maybe twofold. First of all, it's related with the calving process itself, because I think birth or parturition is in any mammal related with a risk for health issues and compromised welfare, also in dairy cows. Second, in dairy cows, you have also the start of a new lactation. It may be a very high milk yield, and lack of adaptation, physiological adaptation to a new lactation, can result in this negative energy balance. And I think most mammals have a negative energy balance to some extent, but in dairy cows and high-producing dairy cows, it's well known that this negative energy balance can be quite severe. You see an example of this negative energy balance here on the in this figure, where on the x-axis you see days in milk from 0 till 200 days. On the y-axis, the negative energy balance in per day, or the energy balance per day, sorry, that's how I should say it. And the black triangles is the milk yield of these cows. This is a picture from the 90s of our own research herd in the Netherlands. And there these second parity cows had a peak in milk yield of 50 kilos a day. And that's still high also in the Netherlands and in Western Europe here. So these were high producing second parity cows. The black dots is the energy requirements for milk yield and maintenance. And the white dots is the energy intake with feed of these cows. And you see here clearly that for this group of cows, the energy intake is lower than the energy requirements for the first 80 days in milk. And as a result, these cows have a negative energy balance of about 10, 11 weeks on average. And I think this is still very common. Although this study is already 20 years old, I think this is still very common. And also, a negative energy balance periods of 10 or 11 weeks is quite average, but there is a huge variation. And what this also means that I think a lot of research groups in the world focus on this start of the new lactation, a negative energy balance, transition from pregnancy to a new lactation. And a lot of research groups focus on new management strategies, feeding strategies, dietary supplements, how to manage this transition period. And that's not what we do now in our current project. In this current project, I would like to talk with you about extending the lactation length, not to manage this transition period to a new lactation, but to reduce the frequency that the cow experiences the start of a new lactation. I will first talk about why would you reconsider the lactation length, and I'll talk a little bit about the motivation of Dutch farmers to work with this. And then I will talk about consequences of extended lactation lengths for milk, a little bit about health and fertility, and I will end with our current ideas about and our current work on customizing lactation length, although that is still ongoing. So the aim of our project is, the name of the project is Customized Lactation Length. It's paid by Dutch farmers and the Dutch government, maybe good for you to know. And the aim is, or the question is, can we improve animal health and production efficiency by extending length of the lactation, and herewith reduce the number of critical calving periods in a cow's life. And in this study, we work with a randomized controlled trial, an animal experiment at our own research farm, but we also work with dairy farmers that already work with this system to some extent. Further, it's nice for you to maybe know that we are not the only ones in Europe focusing on this, not the only research group. There are groups in Germany, Switzerland, Denmark, and Sweden that also recently, or actually at the moment, work on extending lactation lengths and look at different aspects related to health and management of dairy cows. I have a little bit of their data with me as well in this presentation. So why would you reconsider? Why would you reconsider your lactation length, and why would you reconsider this 1 year calving interval that I had in my introduction? Because we know that the advice for a 1 year calving interval is very common in most parts of the world to dairy farmers, because this results in a maximum milk yield for this lactation. And this means that most farmers aim for a short calving interval. And if you look back into literature where this aim or this advice is based on, you find modeling studies, and also modeling studies from Wageningen University, but also from other research groups, where they actually always use retrospective analysis of data. So the strength of those approaches, of course, that they have a huge data set with a lot of animals in there, but the weakness of that approach is that you don't know why these cows have a long or a short lactation. What is the reason that the lactation was extended? And in most cases, it could be true that there might be a health issue in early lactation. The cow was not fertile and therefore she was pregnant later and also has an extended lactation. So maybe health issues or some problems on the farm were due to the fact that the lactation was extended. So you can have some doubts if this is a good representation of the effects of extended lactation lengths. But there are some exceptions. Oh, sorry, this is an intermediate slide because this happens in the Netherlands concerning calving interval. This is the average calving interval at Dutch dairy farms, or I think close to 90% of the Dutch dairy farms are in this database. And where you see here that less than 1% of the Dutch dairy farms have a lactation length of less than 1 year on average on their farm. So although we advise them, you should have a 1 year calving interval because that maximizes milk yield, that's not happening. So in most cases, on average, we have a calving interval in the Netherlands of 410, 411 days. So yeah, you can imagine, yeah, although we are advising this to dairy farmers, they don't manage. And yeah, this might, of course, be associated with some frustration for the farmers and lack or reduction in work pleasure because they cannot manage the advice that we give them. But there are some exceptions. We have a group of farmers in the Netherlands, we call them pioneer farmers, that already work with an extended lactation, and they do this on a voluntary basis. They did this already before I met them, before I started my study. And then we work with this group to exchange knowledge, but also to exchange data. And it's good to know that each apply an extended voluntary waiting period for inseminations to extend the lactation. So they wait with inseminating the cows deliberately to extend the lactation. And they do this in a farm-specific approach. So they're not all the same. Some of them wait 100 days, some of them wait 80 days before they start inseminating. Some of them look at the reduction in milk yield of dairy cows. And when the milk yield drops below a certain level, they start inseminating. So there were farm-specific strategies, and we try to monitor what they do. And we also ask them, why do you do this? So we had an inquiry, or one of our students, Neeltje van Doren, interviewed the farmers. And this was the main results of our interview. So why are you interested in extending this voluntary waiting period? And this is what the farmer said. Less calving moments per time unit, because this is related to less health problems on a farm, but also less labor. Another motivation was less calves, because in the Netherlands, the value of calves is very low. Even for specific breeds like Jersey breeds, it's even 0 or negative, the value. And also less labor for calf care. It's maybe good to realize that labor is very expensive. And farms in the Netherlands are mostly family farms without any hired labor. And insemination, the farmers realize already that insemination at a later moment in the lactation is related to a better fertility. These were the main reasons of these farmers to extend the voluntary waiting period, to extend the lactation. But there are also, of course, possible drawbacks of an extended lactation. Because what is the issue? That implications of this extended lactations are limited. Possible milk losses, especially in late lactations. Farmers are afraid that cows are not producing enough milk to milk them for an 18-month lactation, for example. And as a result, they are afraid that cows get fat in late lactation. And the last question that they have is, which cow should we select for an extended lactation? And some of them might be better fitted for this system than others. And now, yeah, how do we select them? The farmers in the network each have their own selection strategy. Like I just said, some of them look at milk yield, some of them look at the drop in milk yield. And now, yeah, we try to monitor also what they do and try to learn from their approaches. So what are the consequences if you extend the lactation on milk yield? And I think this is the first graph that I saw. It's from a Danish study from Jesper Lehmann, where we saw the lactation curves of dairy cows with an extended lactation of varying from 390 till 510 days. And what you see here is the black line, that is the young cows, the heifers, the first parity cows, and the other two lines is the older cows. And we saw that, yeah, these young cows, these heifers, were very persistent. So producing around 30 kilograms per day for 400 or more than 400 days in milk is very extraordinary. And I thought first, now, yeah, this is a special Danish group of cows with very high production, like we know the cows in Denmark. So this is not normal. That's what I first thought. But then we started our own study, and this is what happened in our own study. So at the Dairy Campus Research Farm in the Netherlands, we had a randomized controlled trial where we had 154 cows in this experiment, and they either had a voluntary waiting period of 50 days, 125, or 200 days. And because of this extended waiting moment before we started inseminating, we had an effect on the calving interval, which was 384 versus 452, or 500 days for these three groups. And we saw very similar results to the Danish group. So also in our case, the young cows, the heifers, did not have a reduction in milk yield at all. So on average, statistically, there was no effect of extending of the voluntary waiting period on daily milk yield per day calving interval for the young cows. In older cows, we saw that if you extend the voluntary waiting period to 125 days, there was no statistical effect. But if you extend it a bit further, till 200 days, we saw a reduction in milk yield per day calving interval for these older cows. We also checked lactation persistency, and lactation persistency is expressed in kilograms milk reduction per day. So this is the decline in the lactation curve, which is when it's 0, there is no decline, it's a horizontal line. And so the closer to 0, the closer your lactation curve is to a horizontal line. And that's also what you see here in these primiparis cows. They have a really small reduction in milk yield over the lactation. And that's also how we know heifers or primiparis cows, that they are very persistent. And that's also what we see here with the different treatments. And we did not see an effect of treatment. This is not true for the older cows. There we see that if we extend the voluntary waiting period to inseminations, the older cows are a bit more persistent. So they even have a flatter curve. So the voluntary waiting period of 200 days resulted in a greater persistency compared with the voluntary waiting period of 50 days. So with this extended lactation, with not a huge reduction in milk yield over lactation because the cows were quite persistent, we still see a reduction in milk yield before dry off. And now I have here results of the German study, the Niosas et al. Papers that is published in Journal of Dairy Science. So they see a reduction before dry off from 19 to 16.9 kilos per day, when the voluntary waiting period is extended from 40 to 180 days. And this is quite of interest because of udder health, because we know that if you have a lower milk yield before dry off, you have less pressure in the udder, less stress, improved cow welfare, but also less milk leakage, which has consequences for new intramammary infections around the dry period that are mostly visual after calving. So we see that this reduction in milk yield before dry off is beneficial for welfare and udder health. There is also a side effect, and that's body condition. Here you see body condition in our own experiment with month relative to dry off. So this is end of lactation, and body condition score on the y-axis for young cows and older cows. In young cows, there was no effect of voluntary waiting period. But in the older cows, you see that indeed we see some fattening. So if you have a voluntary waiting period of 200 days, that these cows also have a higher body condition compared with the 125 and the 50 days. And then, of course, you question what is the consequences for the next lactation? Because we know that if dairy cows get fat and lactation are fat around calving, they have more problems to adapt to the new lactation. And what are the consequences for fertility in the current lactation? Our expectations were concerning fertility that the cows have more time to recover from calving and that we inseminate her when she is in a better energy balance, and this results in a better reproductive performance. So if you look at the data from the German study that's recently published, they measured cows seen in estrus, and they see that the proportion of cows seen in estrus increased with an increase in voluntary waiting period from 40 till 120 or 180 days. This is a survival curve with on the y-axis the proportions of cows not seen in estrus. So at the end of the voluntary waiting period, which is point 0 here, none of the cows were seen in estrus, but then after end of the voluntary waiting period, the group with a 40-day voluntary waiting period had a slower decrease in the survival curve, so were less seen in estrus compared with the other two groups. So yeah, if you see them more in estrus, you have more the option to inseminate them. And this is what we measured at our own study. So we had a 50-day, like I mentioned earlier, 125-day and 200-day voluntary waiting period. We did not have a significant effect on the first service conception rate. Of course, days open was hugely affected because of this treatment effect. But we also measured days to pregnancy after end of the voluntary waiting period. And there we saw that the 50 and the 125 days on average needed 37 days to get pregnant after end of the voluntary waiting period, while the group with the 200-day voluntary waiting period needed 19 days to get pregnant again. So, now yeah, what are our current ideas about customizing lactation length, where we are currently working on? The idea is that if you adjust your lactation length management system to individual cows, you can limit the critical transition period per cow or per herd per time unit, frequency, inseminate during period with less fertility problems, dry off at a lower milk yield, which is beneficial for welfare, but also for other health, and limit labor. But the questions are how to limit these milk yield losses and possible body fattening. And the question that all farmers already had, and where we are working on now, is are all cows suited for an extended lactation? And we try to identify individual cow characteristics which could be relevant to select cows for this strategy. So now we look at milk yield level, persistency, cows that get more fat, we select them out, and we also try to include other health in our selection system. So Eline Burkers, one of the PhD students, she's trying to work with the development of decision support models. When and how should we select cows for an extended lactation? So, now yeah, I think a yearly calving interval is certainly a tradition or a traditional management approach in a lot of parts of the world concerning dairy farming. But maybe we can consider this fine tradition, at least for some cows or for some farms. So we could extend or customize the lactation length, and herewith reduce the frequency of critical moments in a cow's life, like calving, like dry off, which is also a critical moment, improve cow welfare and fertility, which has consequences for labor and work pleasure of the farmer certainly, but also has a risk for fattening and low milk yield end of the lactation. And we know, at the moment at least, we think that identification of suitable cows is a challenge. So the question that we work on now is, can we customize lactation length for individual cows to identify suitable cows for an extended lactation to benefit both from the advantages, but also limit the effect of drawbacks in our system. So with that, I would like to end my talk for today. And yeah, thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ariet, for your outstanding presentation. Do you mind stay with us until the appreciation session?
Yes, I will. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Next, I would like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Novi, to the screen.
Yeah. Hello.
Okay, Dr. Novi, are you here with us?
Yes, can you hear my voice?
Yes, it's very clear.
Okay, great. Okay.
Dr. Novi is going to deliver her works entitled Effect of Dry Period Length and Dietary Energy Storage in Dairy Cows on Natural Antibody Titers and Somatic Cell Count in Milk. You have 15 minutes. I'll remind you 3 minutes before it's over. The screen is now yours.
Okay, thank you so much. So let me share first my screen. So it is a very nice introduction for me. Thank you, Dr. Diki. And it's also a very nice opportunity for me, for the committee that give me an opportunity to present one of my work. It was a bit difficult to decide which work that I should share in this symposium. And it's also, yeah, before I forgot, but I also want to emphasize that thank you so much, Ariad. Nice to see you again. It's just a few days ago we met in Netherlands, but now I really have a bad jet lag, so I had severe headache. But I think, yeah, I think I can manage. So I will start my presentation. So at the end, I decided, of course, with the suggestion from Ariad, to present you a small work what I did in Netherlands together with Ariad and some collaborators in Wageningen University. So the reason why I also agree with this decision because this is related to what I did last week. So I had the opportunity to had a postdoc, guest postdoc, a very small one because it's only a few weeks. So I had the opportunity to do this kind of work to follow up my study involving in the new project of Ariad. Okay, so the title of my presentation today is Effect of Dry Period Length and Dietary Energy Source in Dairy Cows on Natural Antibody Titers and Somatic Cell Count in Milk. So it's kind of nostalgia, Ariad. Okay, okay. Yeah. So like what Ariad said before, that when I returned back to Indonesia, I start to again reconnecting my network. So I also try to find what is the situation in Indonesia about dairy industry. So basically, we're still doubting about the management that is already used for several decades in the past. That dairy farmer still until now, I think not only in Netherlands and also in Indonesia, I think for Asian countries still used to stop milking the dairy cows 6 until 8 weeks before calving. So the farmers still believe that we need the dry period to maximize milk yield in the next lactation and also to give the time for the cows to renew the mammary secretory cells and also to treat the dry cow with antibiotics. But however, there's also good news area that in Indonesia for some dairy farm and also the industry, they start to shortening or omitting the dry period. So I think they also realize because the health problem in Indonesia, especially for dairy cows in early lactation, is still a big problem, especially for the clinical mastitis. So as we know that recent studies showed that by shortening or omitting the dry period, we can minimize the negative energy balance. Although the cows will have less milk, yeah, some other studies show that we can compensate the milk yield from the previous or before calving. But for sure, this method can be proved to increase or to improve the metabolic status and also the fertility. So yeah, I think not only in Indonesia, again, in other Asian countries still doubting if our dairy cows have a problem with negative energy balance because we produce less milk compared to Netherlands, of course. We bring the cows in the past from Netherlands to Indonesia maybe, but the production is completely different for now. We only produce 11 until 15 kg probably per day. So it's completely different, but with the same breed. So the question is, because we know that negative energy balance in early lactation was associated with high metabolic disorder, like fatty liver, ketosis, and etc. And also immune suppression, and the most important thing is infection diseases. So from my past study, we explore more about the effect of shortening or omitting the dry period to the somatic cell count, clinical mastitis, and cause health in general. Okay. Yeah, mastitis. Yeah, this infectious disease is very big one, I think. We still have, we still need to find solution for this. Yeah, I will introduce first because our audience is also a student. So mastitis is a infectious disease, or we call it also inflammation of the milk secreting tissue of the udder caused by microbial infection in one or more waters. And until now, as far as I know, that the indicators or biomarkers to indicate if the cause is subclinical or clinical mastitis is based on somatic cell count. So we try to again and again finding multidisciplinary, like the team in this symposium, find what is the relation other biomarkers or health variable that can indicate the mastitis, and we can predict, or maybe we can find a solution to minimize the clinical mastitis occurrence is by, we see that during mastitis is very high cytokines, very high acute phase protein, and how about the antibodies? Because the mastitis itself, it can be from different different bacteria, and then also the mastitis is also have different stage, can be acute and can be chronic. I think this graph also shown before that, during transition period, the cows have many problems with health problem, including mastitis. Talking about antibodies, this was my focus during my PhD. So what is natural antibody? So I love to talk about this because during this pandemic, this thing is also discussed of many people. How about our antibody? I'm lucky, I had only 3 days quarantine after I back to Indonesia. So how about my antibody now? Because I had severe headache, something like that. But let me introduce you a bit about what is natural antibody. So natural antibody is present for every individual, including us, human. So it's present in our body without any immunization first. So, but we already have vaccination, I think. So we call it not natural antibody anymore, but it's specific antibody. And natural antibody is a part of innate immunity, and it can be including IgM, IgG, and also IgA isotype. Okay, yeah. So the good things about natural antibody that I learned before, that natural antibody can bind antigen from our self antibody, self antigen or exogenous antigen. Let me introduce the two famous antigen that we always use. Is exogenous antigen, is from keyhole limpet hemocyanin, derived from Megantura crenulata, is novel antigen. And I think it's quite famous because this antigen also can be a biomarkers to identify the survival rate in poultry, the clinical mastitis in area studies, or also in my study. And also for the second one is about LPS, or lipopolysaccharide. So this is the example of the LPS. I think we also have colleague here that graduated from Austria, also learned about LPS. So maybe, he might join us. Okay, then there are several functions of natural antibody beside a part of innate immunity. Of course, natural antibody can inhibit some diseases like atherosclerosis. It also can clearance of the dead cell. It's the first line of the defense because it's part of innate immunity, and also can enhancement of immune response. So this is also our question, and also can be autoimmunity. So the objective of my small work for this part, for my thesis, is we would like to find the effect of the dry period length as one of management strategies to minimize the energy balance and also to see if dietary energy source can affect the titers or not, can affect the somatic cell count or mastitis, like general biomarkers or mammary health, general variables, I mean, yeah. And also the most important thing that I and Arya with Dr. Art and also the student want to see is the relationship between the titer of NAB and also the mammary health, especially for somatic cell count and clinical mastitis. The method, yeah. In the last project that I involved in Wageningen is we use 167 cows with all varieties, and 166 cows were not immunized at all. And the cows are randomized, selected based on body condition score, milk yield, the health, somatic cell count, and etc. And we have 3 treatments, 0, 30, and 60 days dry period length. And we have 2 lactation registration, starch versus fat ration, or we call it also glucogenic or lipogenic ration. And for the lactation, we follow 2 lactation. So start from dry period, lactation, dry period, and then again lactation. For my measurement, we collected milk samples and also blood samples. For the milk samples and somatic cell count, we collected weekly for NAB and 4 times per week for somatic cell count from week 1 until 14 postpartum. And we use 2, here what I present is only 2 exogenous antigen, but actually we use also several exogenous antigen like glutamate dehydrogenase, also carbonic anhydrase. And during my postdoc, we also start thinking about the PCBSA. It's quite a potential antigen to check whether they have relationship between the titers and also the clinical mastitis. We use indirect ELISA to measure the NABs. And okay, this is the result that we found. For the first objective, we found a good result. So besides, we know that the cows without dry period, so omitting the dry period is still impossible probably in Indonesia, but by omitting it can improve energy balance. But apparently in my study is also increase NAB titers. So there is also enhanced in somatic cell count, but maybe this is because of diluting milk, because then we have milk yield, small milk yield after the lactation, so we can find the somatic cell count is a bit higher for the cows with 0 dry period because of dilutive effect. There is no effect that we found on clinical mastitis for this study. And then how about the diet? So we found that the start diet, start ration or glucogenic ration improve energy balance during early lactation. And we also see that the glucogenic diet enhance the titers of antibody in early lactation. And again, there is no effect on somatic cell count. So after we found this study, then we check if the titers are related with clinical mastitis or not, or somatic cell count, because we divided the cows with low somatic cell count and high somatic cell count. But during my guest postdoc, we also consider about elevation of somatic cell count. So what we found from my study that is already published in Preventive Veterinary Medicines, I think it's quite a long time ago, 5 years ago. So we found that the high natural antibody in plasma, because we measure in plasma and also in milk, is related with reduced risk of clinical mastitis. So meaning that if the cows have high antibodies in plasma, it's related with the clinical mastitis. So it's better to have cows with high natural antibody to prevent the clinical mastitis. I think that's the more or less the message. And I think our study is in line with the previous studies that found that natural antibody not only related with energy balance with and also mastitis, because we found the antibodies in milk and in plasma, But also natural antibodies is related with NIFA, like a biomarkers for energy balance. Like you also see here the graph, the work from Crispy, I think, and also the work from Ariad in 2012. Yeah, this is the natural antibody binding autoantigen with transferrin. 2 slide more. I hope I still have time, Diki. So the conclusion of my talk is the first one is that the cows with no dry period or omitting the dry period and also fed cows with glucogenic diet showed high titers of IgM, especially for the IgM type LPS in milk. Yeah. So, and we also found that probably you can consider that the IgG and IgM, especially binding KLH or LPS in milk or in plasma, especially, might be additional valuable tools to detect increased risk for mastitis in dairy cows. So that's the reason we want to follow up my study in the new project of Ariad with more cows, more different setting of the animals. So, and I hope we can also have a collaboration in the future again with faculty of my home faculty area. So maybe we can make a better work with collaboration. So I think that's all my presentation. Thank you very much. If you have any question, I'm very happy to answer. Thank you. I return back to the moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Novi, for your great presentation. It was just like watching TV series because your topic, your topic and Dr. Area topic is relatable, right? Please stay with us until the appreciation session. Thank you. Moving to the last speaker, I would like to invite Dr. Andre to the screen. Dr. Andre is okay. Dr. Andre is going to deliver his works on understanding risk in milk supply chain, an agent-based conceptual model. Dr. Andre, you have maximum of 15 minutes. I will remind you 3 minutes before it ends. The screen is now yours.
Okay, thank you. Is it too loud? Is it my voice too loud? No?
No, it's perfect.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Happy to see you here. Our international speakers, colleagues, students, and friends also. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is an honor for me to be invited in this seminar to share some ideas according this topic today. I think this is very interesting topic as all of us have a concern of the sustainability, especially in animal or livestock production. And also I would like to highlight the term multidisciplinary. Because we are aware that in our world today, our surrounding, that everybody connects each other. So I think this kind of discussion or symposium is very useful to gain an additional insight for our daily academic activity. Today, I will share with you about my ongoing research. Starting, actually, it started from my PhD dissertation, and this area of research will be my focus for upcoming years. But by the way, I'm from the socioeconomics department, so maybe the topic is very different with the previous two speakers. Okay, let me to share my screen. Okay, I'm sure that their screen is on your screen, right?
All right, yeah, it's clear.
It exists. Okay, thank you, Pak Diki. So, my topic is about risk and agent-based model. Maybe this kind of model is relatively new, especially in our faculty. But maybe I can share a little bit about information about the agent-based modeling. Okay, this is my introduction that I focus on risk especially in the dairy supply chain. Yeah, my motivation or my understanding of this dairy supply chain that we all know, agricultural and related industries are characterized by two most important characteristics, which are the nature of production and also the business environment. The main product, our main product like milk, meat, beef, and etc. is mostly biological raw materials, right? That are usually perishable, variable in quality, and we often find that from the same livestock, from the same animal, we can have a different quality of product, and also not regularly available throughout the year. So I think that it's the basic characteristic of our community, our product. The biological process also and the seasonality of productions also impose a constraint to all participants and activities along the production, I think. So the production process also depends on climatic event over which business participant may have little control. And it also comprises a set of collective entities, I think. So the agricultural business is, we can say that the agricultural business is complex. Yeah, they have a huge number of participants. They come from the spatially dispersed place, especially in Indonesia, one of the big countries. So this is very complex. Nah, currently it is common that also in Indonesia that agricultural production form a supply chain. Thus, we also witnessing that risks and complexities involved in every production stage and also in every business process performed by its actors involved along the chain. As the chain of production, maybe every stage of production will involve some degree of risks. This is my topic, right? Because in every stage, in every actor, in every business process will involve some degree of risk, and accumulated, the risk of itself will determine the behavior of the supply chain itself. There, it implies that the success of improving the performance of this supply chain will in some degree depend on those actors, every actors in the chain, to ability to cope with risks and the emerging complexities. So addressing the nature of risk in supply chain, especially in the dairy, and the way for all actors to cope with their risks and manage their risks, and also the complexity will be an essential element, I think, in understanding our business environment, especially in Indonesia. Okay, I hope I am not too fast. Okay, this is my case studies. Yeah, in doing my ongoing research, I focus on one of the dairy area in South Bandung. This area is well known among us also as one of the biggest milk producing area in West Java, even in Indonesia maybe. I think this area share about maybe 30 or 40% of Indonesian milk production. So in this, I have to make this a little, sorry. Yes. Okay, in this area, the supply chain consists of three main actors. Yeah, we have 3,000 dairy farmers with aggregately 13,000 cows and 3 to 4 head of cows per household. Yeah. This area have farmers quite significant. Yeah, they still have 3,000 farmers. They are smallholder, I think, with the daily production in between on average 11 to 14 kg per day, per cow and per day. So they are smallholder. The other actors in the supply chains is a cooperative organization. It is I think it's a big enough cooperative. They manage nearly 80, sometimes 80 or 90 tons per day, collecting from members, farmer members, yeah, in that area. The cooperative also deliver to the two manufacturers that convert raw milk into the final product in the consumer level. And this manufacturer is also well known, I think, as they have significant share in the dairy produce market in Indonesia. So if you drink milk today, maybe the milk is coming from this area, right? Okay, this is what I found in my in that area, in my research area. As we can see that the milk production, tends to decline over time. Yeah, for me, this is my main concern. Yeah, especially if we relate it to the topic of sustainability that we discussed today. Right? Is dairy production in this area can sustain? So that is big question, I think. But if we look historically, we have experienced high rate of production in 10 years ago, and it ends up in average 1100 tons a year. But it seems that, thank God, with this pandemic, it looks like the production start to increase a little bit in the last year, right? But overall, we are witnessing that milk production tends to decrease, and this is the big question in terms of sustainability. Okay, so let's see the another data. We elaborate some additional data. We look at the number of cow and the cattle in that area. As we see in milk production, we can see that there's also slight decrease in number, but it seems like it is stable, at least for the past 2 years. So in social economics, maybe the question is that, can this trend justify the dynamic of milk production as in the previous slide, right? Maybe yes, or maybe perhaps, or maybe no. Yeah. We have to work through this situation more truly. I mean, to find the reason behind the dynamics. Other than population, we can also focus on productivity as well. It can be one stable population, like this trend, but decreasing in productivity, and the situation will end up in the same result, I think, which is the lower milk production. Okay, as we know, cow is cow. They are animal. They kept by the farmers to provide benefit from raising it. So there's have to be a human factor behind this trend. Yeah. So if we talk about short analysis, we can say, or we can state that the declining trend of milk production may be affected by the decreasing of population of cow. Yeah. But I think the human factor, the farmers, will have greater effect on this kind of trend, right? So let's see the data of the farmer. So this is the data for the farmer. It is the trend of the number of dairy farmers. Interesting, right? The pattern of this is similar with the milk production trend. As we see, the number of farmers decreased sharply in these 10 years. And when we ask why this happened, of course, there are many reasons behind this. I'm sure that tons of articles out there provide the reason for this trend, because I'm sure that some other developing countries are also experience this kind of problem. But for me, it is clear that there is an indication that farmers are not willing to be farmer anymore if we look at this trend, right? As a socioeconomist, I think maybe there are less incentive to do dairy farming this day. And among of factors that may affect that, I put risk as one that become a significant factor for this trend, for this situation in the dairy area. So this is my finding, my latest research. I try to classify, to look for the cluster of risk and also the risk factor surrounding in the dairy area. And we have some risk factor, but I will not explain one by one. Maybe I will present the most important risk factor in my research. The first risk that faced by the farmers is feed scarcity. Yeah, recently the availability of this feed remains a problem in dairy farming due to the seasonality. As you know, there will be abundant feed in the wet season. And on the contrary, we have experiencing feed shortage in the dry season afterward. So this is the most biggest risk. And in addition, if we look at in the area, along with the high rate of land conversion around the dairy farming area, the availability of forage also tend to decrease over time. Right, limited land for forage resource also cause excessive exploitation on the remaining lands, so that the forest produce are poor in the terms of quality. Concentrate also, the low quality of concentrate is also the major issue in here. Even we have a national standard for concentrate quality, but it has not been applied by feed producer at all. Yeah, mostly, but there's also a feed producer that apply the standard. So this is the question for me. No. I skipped the slide. Okay, the second maybe the uncertainty of cow genetics. So this is the genetic factor. I observed that high quality cows are scarce nowadays because the absence of a structure or formal input market for precisely. Recently, it's not common for our farmers to raise heifers. You know, heifers, young cow on their own farm, right? Due to the additional long-term production costs. So by the time they have to replace their old cows, they will really heavily depend on external source, mainly from other farmers in different areas or from the informal markets to get the replacement stock, to get the new heifer. And also, I think farmers have no future information about the availability of replacement stock. In the economics, it's called the missing market, right? There's a possibility that in certain situation, the heifers or the young cow will not be readily available. Even if they are ready, available in the area, the prices often exceed the farmer's ability to pay. So in the absence of the formal market, there will be no sufficient information, I think, on the heifer especially for the genetic quality. Based on our observation, we found that farmers strive to keep low milk producing costs due to unfavorable genetic quality. The heifers both in the past. Right? That is the uncertainty of co-genetic factors. So the other risk that faced by the farmers is a milk grading system. It is about the relationship between farmer and their business partners, especially cooperative. Specifically in the determination of farm gate milk price by the cooperative. Yeah, I call it milk grading system. And until now, most of the price determination is based on the quality of aggregate milk, not individually. Milk production produced by all farmers in one particular area is collectively collected in a certain cooling unit or bulking practice, I think that is the term. Then subsequently, the milk price is determined. The gap arises when high quality milk is combined with lower quality milk. So the price determined by the cooperative refer to the average quality milk. This causes some farmers who produce higher quality must receive a lower price for their production. While on the contrary, they who produce lower quality milk will have a better average price. So that is a risk that faced by the farmer today. Maybe for another risk is the availability of labor. These factors include the interrelated aspect of decreasing interest in dairy farming. Yeah, my friend Ahmad have a research on this. Low availability of labor and increasing labor standard in wage, maybe. Yeah. In rural area today, the amount of productive labor of agriculture, of dairy tend to decrease as non-agricultural sector is considered to offer more incentive, such as trade and industry in urban area, right? So become an online driver, become a trader or something. So they offer more incentive compared to the dairy activities. And also the low availability of rural labor limit the farm to expand the business, I think. Family labor are no longer having the interest to continue the business of dairy farm to his family because this kind of incentive. So we have more factors on risk, but I cannot explain here due to the limit, the time. Maybe Dikitos have prepared to tell 3 minutes left, Diki. Okay, but this is the question of my research. How can I use this factor to explain what happened in dairy area? And I need to model it. And by definition, model is a simplified description of reality. Yeah, designed to yield a hypothesis about the behavior that can be tested. So good model produce data or information which close to the reality. Then we can explain what happened. Okay, maybe in socioeconomic, it is not common to make experiment in our college like in laboratorium. So this kind of model can act as social laboratorium. If the model is good, we can do a scenario to test the intervention, for example. So I will explain a little bit about agent-based simulation. Yeah, this is a computational model for simulating the action and interaction of autonomous agent in order to understand the behavior of the system. Yeah. Okay, you can read the definition anywhere, but I would emphasize that this model emphasize on system approach or thinking in system. Yeah, I think the thinking in system is most important in designing this kind of model, because when we are thinking in system, we will focus on the action and also the interaction, like the definition say. So maybe I will explain who is agent. For example, agent, everything is in the system. Of course, we have to make a boundary, yeah, for the model to become meaningful. In my case, farmer is agent as well as their co, and also the cooperative and etc. So agent is something that connect each other and also possess the action and also the interaction. So one new term is autonomous. It means that every agent have their own purpose, method to achieve that purpose, and also adaptive. Adaptive means that always change according the situation. We can look at the right side of the slide. Yeah, this is just illustration. What is the agent-based simulation? Agent-based simulation is like making a lot of what-if scenario, and in that scenario, we can observe what behavior the agent possess in certain situation. For example, in my case, I have to make a scenarios for finding the decision making underlying the farmers to sell or buy a cattle in regard to forage situation in certain period. For example, that is the little box in the right. So the simulation itself is like what if scenario, what if game. Yeah, we can fit the data, we can input the data from the what if scenarios to see what is likely farmers do in certain situation. Then it can be done easily in computer today.
Dr. Andre, please
Yeah.
sum up your presentation as you have 1 minute left.
1 minute left. Okay, thank you. Okay. So I will jump a little bit for the agent-based collecting, because we talk about the behavior. We often use the role-playing games to elicit the specific behavior. Why I present this collecting data method, because it seems if we talk about the farmers, especially for smallholder farmers, it seems that the kind of data cannot be extracted using the conventional method for collecting data. For example, with questionnaire or interview solely, there are always biases, I think, using this technique, because the event cannot imagine by them. Farmers have to feel that one event is really real if we want to know about the risk that faced by them. That is why in making agent-based model, we often use a role-playing game like this. It is like a Monopoly game, but sometimes we use the real money in order to raise respondent awareness. Okay, this is the last, Pak Diki. So this is the example of the result of the simulation. Yeah. If we call the definition of simulation, the model itself is the representative of the reality. Yeah, I hope that we can remember my previous slide that demonstrate how the, for example, meat production have declining trend, and this is you can see that the trend generated by simulation is rather similar for factor being observed. Milk production, cattle population, and also the number of farmers. Yeah, it means that I can be safe to state that risk factor, which I fed into the model, can explain that all behavior I want to observe. maybe in econometric or statistic, we know this kind of result when we examine the significant probability or R square, yeah. But in the agent-based simulation, the number is not that important. The most important is the trend. We have similar trend, and we often test this trend with the actual data. Okay, the last slide. Having a good models means we can do the social experiment. Yeah. In my case, what next will be design an intervention. For example, because of forage become one of our biggest risks, we can design an intervention of it. For example, what if the co-op can provide forage in order to lessen the work of farmer? Yeah. And we can design such intervention for another risk factor. And one more, that what I have learned about this sustainability that is a complex problem. Everything is interrelated, everything is interconnected, I think. So we cannot approach this kind of problem with just one discipline. We have to collaborate. So maybe in the near future, there are more of us to collaborate. That is all from me, Pak Diki. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Andre, for your outstanding presentation and your understanding that we have time limit. Completing today's presentation, now we are moving to the Q&A session. The committee have collected some questions from the AHA slides. And I would like to invite again all the speakers, Dr. Ariet, Dr. Novi. We have around 20 minutes forward. Committee, yeah, okay. The first question is coming from Ibu Siti Daroja Prasad. For this question is delivered to, I think, to Dr. Ariet.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Okay, please.
I cannot see the question completely. How? Because see that there was some. Oh yeah, now I know how to do it. It's okay. How to shorten the calving interval after parturition if the reproductive organs are not ready to mate again, and what estrus period optimum after parters can cows mate again? Yeah, normally. We work with a voluntary waiting period of 50 days, but that's actually what we question, if this is the optimal voluntary waiting period for high producing dairy cows, which are indeed in need of a bit more time to recover from calving, and to also that the reproductive organs can recover from calving. So that's part of the reason that we want to extend the lactation, to give the cow and her reproductive organs more time to recover, that they are ready to mate again. And that's also what you see in the German study, that more cows are in estrus if you wait, but also in our study that cows are easier pregnant. The pregnancy is easier. And what estrus period optimum after parters can cows mate again? Yeah, that's what we actually discuss at the moment. Normally we work with 50 to 60 days, and we think now that for some cows this might be longer. Yeah, and maybe even up to 80 or 100 days without any problems for milk yield at the moment.
Yeah, that's the answer, Dr. Daroja. Next, from Rifki Ismiraj, is there any consequences of extending lactation period, and or what is that VYWP to help our stress markers? If so, what are the stress markers that you measure?
Yeah, we are actually still in the process of analyzing these data. So we measured inflammatory markers at the moment, and we measured but NEFA. I think non-esterified fatty acids are also a kind of acute stress marker. And what you see indeed, that if the cows get fat, indeed, after a long lactation, you have a higher NEFA concentration after the next calving. And that's a point of attention indeed. So, but in practice, farmers have a reduced issue here because they adjust the ratio. And we did not do that in our randomized controlled trial. So we have more issues, I think, with fattening of cows and late lactation than they had in practice.
Okay, that's the answer, Rifki. Next questions is from Pak Dudi to Dr. Novi. How's the dairy cow production system under global warming conditions? Yeah, that's really difficult to answer.
Yeah, I think Padiki already said what is my mind is difficult question. Of course, but thank you for the question. I try to answer. Yeah, there are many because it's the theme of the symposium is of course multidisciplinary. So I think the answer is that it can be also solved by multidisciplinary. So we have to collaborate because we cannot only focus on one disciplinary. For example, looking only for physiology aspect, for example, or for feed aspect as well only. We also have to consider many other things, and of course, it's quite integrated aspect. We have to work together to. I think because the problem is quite current condition with the global warming, global production, and the needed of the milk production around the world is increasing by also the population of the society in the world. But then we have the problem with the environment effect. So what we can do, of course, we can do from the small things like in Indonesia, for example. I think I want to relate it to the previous speaker in the first session, looking for the forage. Indeed, in Indonesia, we are in tropical region. We cannot really provide a good quality of the feed because of the environmental, the heat stress of the region, but then especially during the climate change, the pandemic maybe help a little bit, but still we need to to push and then improve again for example, the forage industry in Indonesia, because we want to have the similar amount of animal production or meat production, for example, but then it's not only about the breed. So we have to check about the breed. If it's really true, it's a Frisian Holstein, it's the same, but now it's become local Frisian Holstein probably, or Indonesian Frisian Holstein, because why can be really different. And what we discussed before with industry, that they really check the purity of the breed. They gave me the answer. The key is the feed. The key is the feed and also the management. So, for example, we have big Frisian company here in Indonesia. So they try to improve their feed quality, not only the quantity, the quality. Sometimes they even import the feed from outside, from Europe even, like to using alfalfa, but we also now try to find tropical alfalfa, because it's difficult, of course, to grow those kind of plants in Indonesia with a certain condition. So what I can answer for you, Pak Dudi, let's work together, because I know you work for genetic, and maybe we have to again check our breeding system in Indonesia, especially for dairy cows, and also check the lactation curve probably in our local breeding, and then try to introduce some management strategies, feeding strategies to improve the dairy cows production, especially during the climate change. I think that's the best answer that I can give to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Novi. I think we can also hear the answer from Dr. Ariet for that question. Yeah, from your own perception.
I think that's a good idea.
But this can be a really long answer. I try to keep it short, because I think the perspective of a country, of the government, of the people in a country is very relevant here. And so what is global warming? I think that in Europe, or at least in the Netherlands, we have a different approach there, or there are different ideas than in other countries. I mean, I agree it's everywhere there, but the issues, the specific details and the issues is different. And what I mean with respect to dairy production is that dairy farmers in the Netherlands have now at the moment huge issues with dairy production, because we produce a lot for export. So we have a lot of dairy cows, there is a lot of milk production, but not for the Netherlands, but for export. And there is a big discussion if we should do that because of the impact of our land and air pollution. And farmers are now restricted in nitrogen emissions. They are restricted in phosphate. They have a phosphate quota. So, and this is all quite new. We used to have a milk quota. That might be the good old days, because at the moment, with this phosphate quota and also the restrictions in nitrogen emissions, farmers have a huge issue of maintaining their dairy production. So that's definitely an impact of the regulations done for global warming in relation to dairy production. And of course, the methane emissions. I'm not so involved in methane research, but we have genetics and nutritional people at Wageningen University working on methane emission or reduction of methane emission in dairy cows. And can we breed for methane emission is a major question at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think we have to move to a question for Dr. Andre. Dr. Andre, are you here with us?
Yes.
Yeah, again, Pak Dudi and Bu Indra ask you, first from Pak Dudi, he asks you, Indonesian milk production based on people's farms with small business scale will be difficult to increase national milk production. Why not lead to a modern dairy industry, a bigger one? It's supposed to be the bigger in size or the technology?
Okay. In one side, I see that the farmers, smallholder farmers, still have potential to improve their practices. Yeah, because I explained it before that, for example, the genetic of cow, we have not seriously addressed this kind of issues that like Bu Indra said, Bu Novi said that we have important Frisian F8 Frisian Holland. What is Bu Novi? Frisian Holland years ago. Then I'm sure that is decreasing in quality of genetic quality. So that there are still room to improve the smallholder dairy farm. Why not lead to a modern dairy industry? As we know that, in fact, if even Indonesia is a big country, the land is very, very limited. Yeah, the land is very limited. So maybe it limit farms or business to expand their business. And also in one farm, in one big farm, let's say 1,000 or 2,000 head of cows, the risk is also increasing as well. So I prefer to improve the farmers, the existing farmers, smallholder farmers. They can be educated, they can be informed, they can be we can teach the good best practice as many projects here right now. That is from me, maybe Padiki.
Yeah, I think so. And maybe implementing good dairy farming practices, yeah, we can start from the small scale, yeah, to increase the productivity. And next question from Ibu Indra to Dr. Andre. What is the strength and weaknesses of agent-based simulation compared to other methods, if any?
Okay, Ibu Indra, thank you for the question. The strength in agent-based simulation, agent-based model and simulation is flexibility. Flexibility means that we can almost model anything because it is the coding-based simulation. So we can code, we can make a coding to make a model and simulate it. If you ever play like farm simulation, or city simulation, it is like that, Bu Indra. But the weakness is to gather the data, to get a behavior data. We have to conduct many role playing games to derive the behavior of the respondent or object that we observe. For example, if I want to model your daily mood, I have to have many scenarios. What scenario? Which scenario that can make you smile? Which scenario that can make you mad and something like that. So I
I'm
have to have
already
many
smiled,
scenario
Andre.
to insert it. So I have to have many scenarios to insert in that model. Maybe that is the question.
All right, thank you, Dr. Andre, for your answer. Moving to the next question, I think for Dr. Ariet from Ibu Heni. In Indonesia, dairy farmers not only requires the high quantity of milk production, but also need increasing in dairy cows population. How can we solve that problem?
Yeah, I think Dr. Andre was more or less answering that question indirectly already with the small scale farms. And I think I agree with that education of the people that are still want to stay in farming is a major issue here, or a major attention point. And so yeah, because increasing in the dairy cow population is of course related to enthusiasm, labor, but maybe also economic capabilities that you have or don't have to extend your farm, and all related to food and so on. I mean, the Netherlands has the advantage that we have a lot of grass, but not all year round, by the way, but at least a lot of green, fresh grass, and that's of course not the same everywhere in the world. Yeah.
Thank you. Next question to Dr. Novi from Rifki. What is your suggestion if there is high natural or specific immunoglobulin M or G titers in cow plasma?
Yeah, based on my work previously, that we found that high IgM, especially binding KLH and also LPS, is related with low risk or reduced risk of the clinical mastitis. So, but still we need to confirm, because although we already used like almost more than 268 cows, but we need to confirm with different setting of experiment that we need to check again whether this let's say biomarkers of IgG or IgM titer can be used as prediction or additional tools to predict the mastitis. So yeah, based on other studies also related to the how is the IgG or IgM can be related with other traits, for example, survival rate in poultry or the quality of the egg, for example. So now I'm talking not only in dairy cows, but also in other species. So it seems that these antibodies titers can be really potential to be used as a predictor for certain diseases or longevity. I think that's all. Yeah, my suggestion.
Okay, actually we still have 2 minutes left. I think the last question for Dr. Andre from NISA. The decreasing in dairy farmers and the population of dairy cows is because milk is not the main commodity. What's your opinion about this statement?
I agree and not agree in the same time. Okay, our habit is for the processed milk, right? And I'm sure that you are all maybe once for 1 week or 2 weeks, once for 2 weeks, we drink a milk, but it is the process. The milk is not main commodity. It must be the raw milk, right? The fresh milk from the farm. So I don't know. I'm not expert in the physiology like Bu Novi, but our Indonesian people have a problem in lactose intolerance, yeah, Bu Novi, maybe. So maybe the situation make we cannot have the habit to drink the fresh milk. But I agree, if if that is a raw milk, yes, we have not habit like that. But for processed milk, like maybe what do you call milk?
Pasteurization, UHT.
Yeah, like that, and also the powder, milk powder, and something else. Yeah, we consume a product like that.
Okay, I think the time is over. We received so many questions, but we don't have much time for this session. And I think I have to end this session by
There is a
saying
question
thank you.
from Prof. Lovita.
Oh, Prof. Lovita.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Oh, in the chat box.
From the chat
Okay.
box.
Okay, question from the Professor Lovita for Ibu Novi. Yeah, your research is in the same group, and the variable is very relatable. I really the first question: negative energy balance causes metabolic disorders and suppresses the immune system, and primary production decrease. Yeah, how to improve the production in Indonesia and how to measure your natural antibody, because I see a little different with usual method.
Yeah, this is my question, Novi.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Prof. Lovita is one of my senior colleagues, Ariet, in my laboratory. So
Okay.
I think it's very nice for both of you to know each other. Yeah.
Nice to see you, Ariet.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Lovita.
Okay, then maybe I will try to answer a bit.
Yeah, I was
Maybe
still checking the question. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe Ariet maybe can add more information about this. So, in my opinion, about negative energy balance related to metabolic diseases or metabolic disorder, I think it's still remaining question. Which one is the first one? It's like chicken and egg. Like, is the negative energy balance is caused the metabolic diseases, or in other way around, that metabolic diseases also influence the severe of negative energy balance. I don't know if Ariet agree with me or not about that, because there was article I think about that, the complicated relationship between negative energy balance, metabolic diseases, infectious diseases, immune suppression. So the question is how actually to measure and to improve. Yeah, of course, there are many management strategies that we can introduce to minimize the negative energy balance with shortening dry period, for example, or by feeding the different type of diet, and maybe giving the supplement. That's what I did actually when I returned back to Indonesia, giving the mineral supplement. And maybe about the measurement of natural antibody, that's also challenging for me when I return back to Indonesia, because we don't have similar facilities like in Netherlands. But what I tried before, I think my colleague Pak Andi Tawir also tried, but why is quite different? Because I think it's depend on antigen. Depend on antigen that we use. Sometimes we use different antigen in general laboratory. For example, they mostly use LPS or specific diseases like brucellosis, something like that. But for me, I learned about KLH, and so I bring back here to learn about the KLH. So I think basically indirect ELISA is the same everywhere, but the difference is about antigen. Yeah, maybe Ariet will add more information about that.
Yeah, thank you, Novi.
Okay, thank you.
I agree.
Ariet, do you want
Dr.
to
Ariet,
add more?
please.
I agree with Novi, but also in general, your first part of your question is indeed, it's a lot of management measures you can think of, and I think it's the combined the success of the combined management efforts that could increase milk yield. But it's good to realize not to omit the dry period, but maybe shorten, because omit will reduce your milk yield further, and that's maybe not what you are searching for at the moment in your country. But yeah, for the rest, feeding management and management measures, and I'm also thinking in your country in relation to heat stress possibly, are all quite relevant, because if you manage heat stress to some extent, feed intake will be higher, and that will definitely be beneficial to milk yield. Yeah.
Thank
That's
you.
the answer. Thank you, Prof. Lovita, for
Thank you,
asking.
moderator. Yeah. Thank you, Novi, Ariel. Thank you.
Okay, we are sorry as the time is over. I have to end this Q&A session. Let me sum up this session. We have just learned from the speakers, Dr. Ariel, that customizing lactation length in dairy cows is possible in order to maximize milk yield by limiting critical transition periods per time unit. We may also inseminate the cow during a period with less reproductive issues and dry off at a lower milk yield stage. Rather than extending, customizing lactation length would improve cow welfare and fertility. This also limits reduced labor works. And from Dr. Novi, we learned that omitting the dry period would improve energy balance. However, dry period length and dietary interventions affect cows' health, particularly the incidence of mastitis. Feeding a glucogenic-based diet is proved in improving the plasma antibodies, also in milk. So she also suggests that immunoglobulin G and M in milk could be used as indicators for mastitis incidence in dairy cows. And from our last speaker, Dr. Andre identified and clustered the source of risk, the natural operational resources, market, and other. We also learned that through agent-based concept, the actor's behavior towards risk can be described. Thus, the complexities in every production stage and process can be easily spotted and understood, and the performance of the milk supply chain can be improved. That's all for this session, and for appreciating the speakers, the organizing committee has prepared the certificates, and I would like to invite the Vice Dean for Learning, Student Affairs and Research, Dr. Indrawati. Are you here?
Yes, Diki.
Oh, yeah, to deliver the certificate virtually. Okay. The first certificate goes to Dr. Ariel. Yeah, please, Dr. Indra.
Thank you.
Arya, thank you so much for being here. Novi talked about you many times, of course, in good way. And I believe that Novi was very grateful to have you as supervisor. Thank you so much. I hope we can see you again in the next event.
Thank you.
Thank you a lot.
Yeah.
And,
it was my pleasure.
Okay, second certificate goes to Dr. Novi.
Padiki?
Huh? Yeah, who? Yeah, you still connected.
Padiki, I have a very bad connection here.
Oh. Okay, now it's okay.
You are very clear.
I
Now
have
it's
a
okay.
bad connection.
Let's continue. No, we can hear you, Bu Indra. Let's continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next to Dr. Novi.
Dr. Novi.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you, Dr. Indra.
Okay, who is the next?
Dr. Novi.
Okay, Dr. Novi, thank you so much, especially for bringing Ariad here. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I hope the certificate will be useful for your remuneration this semester.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Indra, and also my
And the last one to your partner, Dr. Indrawati, Dr. Andre.
Your sparring partner.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for sharing your experience, Bro Andre. Again, I hope this certificate will be useful for your Remon. Thank you so much, bro.
Why is so clear and to the point?
I am the one who just the remuneration for you all.
Okay, once again, thank you to all speakers and also audience. Please give a reaction icon of applause. Thank you.
Can I wait 1 minute? Can I wait 1 minute to Ariel?
Ya, Bu Dace, Pak Diki.
Oh, Bu Dace, please.
Yeah.
Hello, Ariel. I hope you remember me. In 2008, I met you in the seminar and you gave me 3 books.
Oh, yeah.
Dissertation, yeah. Thank you, for being today. Thank you and see you again.
Yeah, thank you for attending. I saw you already in the participant list. I knew you were there and I saw your question, of course.
We discussed about you, Bu Dace, during my stay in Netherlands.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Diki.
Okay, we finally come to the end of this seminar. Hopefully, we can achieve our common goal, the environmentally friendly and sustainable animal production really soon. We should start it now. And then, Bu Liza, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Diki. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the seminar. On behalf of organizing committee, we are thankful to the speakers, Dr. Ariet, Dr. Novi, and also Dr. Andre. To all the participants and committee for your attendance and contributions. We will see you again in another event. Me and Dr. Diki signing off.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For all, thank you, Ariet.
Thank you, Novi. Thank you,
Thank you, Pak Andre. Thank you, Pak Diki, and
Thank you,
Lisa.
Dr. Novi. Yeah, thank you. Dr. Diki, hatur nuhun.
It's local language. Hatur nuhun.
Pak Andre, kasih Pak Andre.
Sama-sama. Gimana Pak Fred?
Sehat.
Mantap.
Rawati.
Okay, Ariet, you can leave if you want, actually.
Okay. Have a nice evening.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ariet.
Hope we can collaborate in the future again. Okay.
Terima kasih Pak Freddy sudah hadir, Pak Kundrat, Ibu Heni, to all the colleague. Untuk panitia terima kasih semua.
Untuk panitia terima kasih semua.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Freddy.
Terima kasih Pak Freddy sudah datang.
Pindah ke WCU.
Ada Siska juga. Sisko mana dong? Hai.
Pak Kundrat hatur nuhun, Ibu Dace.
Sama-sama.
Kundrat, makasih.
Pak Kundrat nuhun, Pak Kundrat. Assalamualaikum. Bu Dace nuhun,
Semuanya.
Bu Novi nuhun.
Hatur nuhun Bapak. Ya, terima kasih Pak.
Nuhun semuanya, pamit.
Mangga, Ibu Novi istirahat, Bu Novi.
Iya, mohon maaf ya.
Gak apa-apa, terima kasih sudah menguatkan diri. Pak Denny, hatur nuhun, Pak Danesa. Mahasiswa PSDKU, hatur nuhun. Pak Dedi Rahmat, hatur nuhun.
Terima kasih semua ya.
Mangga, Pak Freddy, hatur nuhun.
Panitia, Bu.
Terima kasih, Bapak. Pak Dudi, hatur nuhun. Pak Marianto. Ibu Listanti, hatur nuhun. Buat Yoka dan kawan-kawan, hatur nuhun ya.
Ya, Bu Liza, terima kasih.
Jadi hatur nuhun.
Ya.
Arigato gozaimashita.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Hatur nuhun. Sukses saya.
Hatur nuhun Pak Denny.
Alhamdulillah saya.
Hatur nuhun. Pak Tony, hatur nuhun. Sudah dibantu.
Mantap Bu Liza.
Pak Heri, makasih Pak. Pantesan saya lihat kok nggak ada, namanya lain. Saya izin live. Ibu Hasni, mangga.
Pak, mungkin boleh di end saja, Pak. Halo, Pak Tony. Pak Tony, halo. Halo, Pak Tony. Assalamualaikum. Shika, halo.
Iya, ya.
Ini kita nggak bisa di end sama co-host ya?
Nggak bisa, harus host-ih.
Oke,
Kayaknya nggak di tempat bapaknya.
sepertinya.
Akan saya tutup aja ya.
Oke, terima kasih, Bu.
Oke.